sí, sí, pero no, pero eso es lo que estoy yo. Una palanca por su. Ya debería. ¿Qué?
Mira, si puede. Ya. Okay. Good morning. Very welcome to this World Forum for Action on Sustainability and Climate Change. With me, Nikki Cassis, who is Students Engagement Team Leader. Thank you, Nikki, for joining us. Samuel Taviro, Student Board Member. Muchas gracias, Samuel, por estar aquí una vez más. And Jean Tyra, who is Director of Internationalization and Cooperation. Jean, Professor Tyra, you have the floor.
Okay. It's not normal to begin that late, okay? But I guess that all of you arrive late and you wanted to enjoy what Canary Islands is, and probably you were in Canteras Beach, and maybe enjoying our incredible islands. Anyway, thank you, Rector, and of course, welcome to paradise. You are on one of the best places in the world with an incredible climate, but we are here in a very incredible day. Maybe the hall is not full, but we are the ones that we have to be. And I had a dream some years ago, and in that dream, I envisioned students taking action for all our challenges. I thought you were going to be the ones that are going to change our future for good. And well, some few one year and a half ago, we were able to enter this incredible alliance to reform the way we teach, the way we envision our future. And one of the most important things is that the students are in the center. You are our core. And well, one thing is to say, and the other thing is to demonstrate. And this event is crafted by all of you. And therefore, I have to say thank you, because you made my dream be a real thing just today, just now. And all of you are here together in an alliance of almost 120,000 students, thinking in how we are going to save our world, working together, understanding together, and working despite all the problems, all the challenges that we are facing. Therefore, I'm absolutely proud of this day, of all the work that you made to make this dream, that is our dream, a real thing. Thank you very much.
Okay, welcome everyone. First of all, I will excuse myself because I will be speaking Spanish, just for you to know that we have interpreting up there. So these are the only words you will hear from me in English as of now. Así que voy a cambiar a español. You can use the devices. Quería daros una cálida bienvenida hoy a la Universidad de Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. Es un honor para mí contar con tantos estudiantes. Llevamos meses trabajando para que estéis todos aquí con nosotros y puede que aún no sepa quién es cada uno, pero he visto todos vuestros nombres infinidad de ocasiones y tengo muchas ganas de poder ponerles cara a esos nombres. Pasando la diapositiva, este proyecto no... ¿Se puede pasar la diapositiva? Ahora, vale. Pues en primer lugar me gustaría claramente presumir de la Blue Commission, la Comisión Azul de URUA, que llevamos trabajando desde el 15 de noviembre de 2024, cuando fueron electos a través de un comité formado por estudiantes de la ULPGC. Y nos hemos reunido de manera semanal durante 2024 y cada 2 semanas en 2025. Y pues esas son sus caras, son de 8 universidades, algunos de ellos no pueden estar aquí, pero desde el fondo de mi corazón los saludo y luego van a ver la retransmisión en directo que se va a subir a YouTube. Y pasando al siguiente tema que me gustaría tratar, ha habido 8 talleres previos a este foro, probablemente algunos de vosotros habéis podido acudir a algunos de estos talleres, que trataban temas como podían ser el greenwashing, los microplásticos en los océanos en las Islas Canarias o la justicia medioambiental y el derecho a manifestarse. Ha sido también un gusto poder colaborar con todos los estudiantes de la Blue Commission para crear estos talleres, que han atendido en total unos 100 estudiantes de manera combinada. Y realmente creo que son temas paralelos a los que tenemos hoy, así que yo creo que si no sabéis del tema o de alguno en concreto, igualmente serán de mucho interés, porque yo soy el primero que estudia traducción e interpretación y que he aprendido tantísimas cosas de sostenibilidad estos últimos meses. Y para terminar brevemente me gustaría pasar a la siguiente diapositiva para explicar más tema de funcionamiento del foro. En la parte de arriba tenéis un código QR para quienes vayáis a venir esta tarde al tour por la ciudad antigua, que van a dar unos estudiantes del máster de patrimonio. Pues podéis registrar la asistencia para más o menos ellos saber cuánta gente va a ir, lo cual es bastante bueno para ellos. Y en la parte de abajo, lo más importante, que es el documento en el que queremos vuestras aportaciones, porque este foro tiene un propósito, que es crear un documento que se va a presentar a los rectores en noviembre en la cumbre de Erua en Grecia, en Lesbos, en las Islas Egeas. Y vuestros comentarios son los que nos van a ayudar realmente a crear ese documento de buenas prácticas para que las universidades sean más sostenibles. Y simplemente ya me gustaría daros las gracias, desearos un foro muy productivo. Y para quien me escuche hablar en inglés o español interpretando, que me tengan los fallos perdonados. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Samuel. Now, Nikki Cassis has the floor.
So, I would like to name the big elephant in this room. The big elephant that so many of us came here by plane with a flight. This was the first topic, or one of the first topics that came up yesterday when we met informally with some who had already arrived. And it's a fair question to ask that question: how can that be that we all travel by plane to a forum on sustainability, for action on sustainability and climate change? And actually it's a decision that all of us who took a flight took to come here. And decisions are part of actions, and action is also a decision. And I would really like to, first of all, welcome you to this young forum for action on sustainability and climate change, and to take this decision that we all took here to come here wisely and make the best and the most out of this experience that we are here on site, because that's the decision we took, to be here present and not to do this as an online event. And therefore I invite everyone here to really be present, to really connect with each other, and learn from what is presented here by all the speakers, whom I also would like to thank. And yeah, the topic of this forum and action also is about change and innovation. And it's so easy to throw these buzzwords around, but actually change usually comes from collective questioning of a status quo, discussing, learning, and then creatively imagining different ways to approach our common reality. So this is also the core of Reform. And since we are the European Reform University Alliance that organizes this forum, I would like to say a very few words about that from my perspective, which is being responsible and leading the activities that we have in student engagement. So ERUA wants to have this alliance, this European university, built together with students, involving students at all levels of this university. And this is not because the staff members don't want to take responsibility or decisions, but because all of this and the future that we share concerns all of us. And it's not fair to say, you have the responsibility and we just take ourselves back, but we have this together. So we built this university alliance, the European Reform University Alliance, together. And this is about democratic participation. This is about transparency, that these decisions don't happen behind closed doors, but that we share them together with the students, that we collaborate between students and staff and students with each other, and that this is also about trust. And we see here a forum that has been organized by students with the leadership of students. And this requires a lot of trust that we are not always used to give this trust to the students. So this is a learning for the students, but it's also a learning for the Alliance. And I would like to warmly thank our hosts here at Las Palmas. I would like to thank the student engagement team, which is constantly working towards this vision to work together between students and staff. I would like to thank the student board members, and maybe you can stand up, the ones who are here already, because we have a student board representing the voice of students in the Alliance. And I hope that you can connect also with them. Please stand up. Juliana, Samuel, and who else is there from the student board? They will come later, okay. So, yeah. And actually, so the student board is composed of all universities, and it's only students because it's important that there's also space only for students. And they actually represent the students' voice despite all the complexity in this alliance, which is huge. And I would like to also thank the translators of this forum, who are in the back. We cannot see them right now, up there. I would like to thank the Blue Commission that was introduced already, who created all this forum here. And actually, Beatrice Alamo, who did the design of this logo. And one person that was part of all of these groups is sitting here on the panel, which is Samuel Torrido, who was part of all these groups beside writing his thesis. So thank you, Samuel. Special thanks to you. So all these persons really care for ERUA and care for each other. And they are not only customers of higher education. And I think now that we are here, we took this decision to come here, we should all take this time to be here and to see what is our part in this, and then not only be present here, but take the learnings back to those who didn't come here, who decided that they will not take a plane and come here. Be present when we speak to them and share the learnings with them to take whatever action each of us will decide to take. Thank you very much.
And now...
Thank you, Nikki. Just a very few words to welcome everyone to the University of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. Welcome to the University Auditorium, the Agora of the ULPGC, now the Agora of Erua's Youth Alliance for Climate Change. It's time to thank all those who have made this fundamental event, the flagship of the Erua Alliance, a reality. First of all, I would like to thank the students from all the Erua universities present here today: Paris 8, Macerata, Egeo, New Bulgarian University, MRU, East WPS, and Biedrina. We are going to meet again in Biedrina in a couple of weeks. Today, on this special day, they demonstrate their strength in a common message for sustainability and the fight against climate change. Beyond words, it's time to act. And above all, you, the students, our fundamental value, are really becoming the center as we see today. And therefore, a key contribution of the Erua Alliance to our university. You have allowed us for the first time to organize an essential event of such magnitude, and thank you very much. An event born from students for students. Likewise, the collaboration and dedication of the Board of Students, the Blue Commission, and the role played by the representatives of Biedrina University as leaders of the Work Package 7 were essential in carrying out one of the flagship projects of the Erua initiative. Therefore, many thanks, Nikki, for your tireless work. Also, many thanks to the academic director of our institution, Lucas, for his role as academic representative of the work package. And obviously, many thanks to our student representative, Samuel, who took on a gigantic role coordinating this event as the leader of the ULPGC from the student perspective. At the end, a unique event that could not have been developed in any other way than through the efforts played by the students. I would like to mention for a quite important project which is made by the Cabildo of Gran Canaria, which is the Chira Soria project, because you should have the opportunity to know more about this project in these days. The Chira project is a reversible hydroelectric power plant under construction in southern Gran Canaria. It's aimed at storing renewable energy and strengthening the island water security. With a capacity of 200 megabytes and the ability to store 3.5 gigabytes hour, it uses the Chira and Soria reservoirs and upper and lower basins. The project also includes a desalination plant in Arguineguín to ensure a reliable water supply, and is expected to be operational by 2027, and it will help the island to reach up to 7% of renewable energy usage with a high stability, and to provide water security for 60% of its territory. As an expert of food sustainability, I've been working on that area for a couple of decades. The water supply is crucial, and we do not have water in the island for the last 40 years. This Ambition 2 days program with conference and exhibition, a film, roundtables, discussion, and workshops aimed to establishing the foundation for your interpretation of what sustainability and climate change mean in our territories. In the territories on the edge, we face a global challenge linked to the fragility of our unique places, territories beyond the center. we know what's happening on the periphery, what's happening between countries, what's happening between continents, territories that host cultures, societies, an extreme socioeconomic situation that directly conflict with our environmental challenges. I'm finishing. It's time not only professors and researchers at our institution to react on these unique global challenges. It's time for action for young people, for all of you to be protagonists of change driven to action, to build a tomorrow not only for yourselves, but for future generations. As I said before, see you soon in Viadrina, and welcome. And may the day be fruitful, or tomorrow depends on it, or tomorrow depends on you. Thank you. Come on.
Okay, so now I will give the word to our presenter of the day, which is Erika, and she will be the one conducting this event. So thank you so much, and I hope you can profit from the forum.
¿Se oye? Sí. Hi everyone, and thank you for coming. Now I'm going to introduce the workshop of María José Pineda for the University of Seville. Her talk is Moosehead or Lion's Tail, Energy Transition in the Iberian Peninsula. She's giving us an introduction of the roadmap of the energy transition in the Iberian Peninsula and analyzing its consequence.
Okay, no problem. Yesterday night I was, good morning everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me. And before we try to solve some technical problems, I will just to say thank you. And I just want to think about last night where I was looking the TV, and the TV show tried to make the interviews with the interviewers stand up in order to do shorter and, you know, to close the interview before. Anyway, meanwhile, we try to solve these problems. I just want to say that, well, this is my last teaching week for the semester, and it's for me really a big pleasure to do this lecture today and the other last lecture for the semester and for this course the next Thursday. At the beginning of my presentation, when I was thinking to be here, I was thinking to present the last of our research. I'm a researcher, I'm a geographer, and I'm working about the social perspective of the energy transition. And I was thinking to present our last publication, but when I was reading the title and after the chaos in the Iberian Peninsula, the electricity chaos, the electricity crash, I was thinking that I need to change everything. So I will do in another way. So this is why I changed everything in my mind in the last 2 days, but I think it's quite positive because if we are talking about the social perspective in the energy transition, it's quite important to put in force how the society and the territories and the landscape are quite important in order to understand this energy transition, because this is not just a technical problem, it's a socio-technical one, and this is why it's quite important to discuss about this societal perspective. For many years, maybe since the last 10 or 12 years, I have been working with the research teams from the Southern European countries and Israel in the energy transition. And this is why I'm going to talk here about territories, about land. I'm going to talk about the society, about this perspective of the Southern European countries in order to put in value our point of view in the research context, but also in the research problem that we are analyzing, and also to put in value the important role that the Iberian Peninsula is doing in this new energy transition.
Hay un problema con la presentación, no la han recibido por algún motivo.
Yo lo he enviado al correo de... Sorry. Aquí. Se la he enviado esta mañana. ¿Se la envío otra vez o qué?
Pero no sé si tiene aquí
No
internet.
sí, claro, con Eduro, pero no tengo pendrive. Este ordenador no tiene pendrive, lo siento. Te la he enviado esta mañana y te la acabo de enviar ahora. ¿Está bien? Está bien, pero no ha llegado. ¿Otra vez? Aquí la tiene. Es que no tengo otra forma. ¿Quieres que la suba a Google Drive? Hace falta el ordenador. Estas páginas, pero no he podido en el hotel, porque tampoco he llegado.
O sea, el ordenador me lo puedo llevar y enchufarlo directamente aquí.
Sí, lo que pasa es que quizás vaya a perder el hilo de lo que iba a decir y puede que lleve más tiempo, pero tampoco pasa nada, yo sé lo que voy a decir. Vale. Era para no...
¿Lo hacemos sin presentación entonces?
No, la presentación es muy bonita, tengo fotografías muy bonitas.
Well, the next presentation is going to be from Rodri Riera, which is a researcher and an amazing teacher from the University of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. The talk is called Out of Sight, Out of Mind, just like the ocean. So he's going to introduce us to the amazing world of marine science.
Hi, everybody. I think it's this one. Okay, the bottom. Okay, this talk, since they are going to launch, the website is going to be titled "Out of Sight, Out of Mind: The Ocean Crisis." I'm Rodrigo Riera. We are talking about these 25, 30 minutes about, the problems that we got with the ocean at the moment. So maybe just for 1 minute, just trying to think, even less, we're talking about 10 seconds, think about it, what is going to happen if we don't have oceans, on this planet. So maybe you're going to have tides, we are not going to have, maybe fishes, we're not going to have these kind of sunrises and sunsets that are really cool. But we got the same thing in Venus. Venus is like the Earth, but with no ocean. So they got rains of sulfuric acid, and they got temperatures over 460 degrees at the shadows. I say at the shadows because there's no trace there is in Venus. So one of the problems that we got with the ocean perturbations, they are invisible most of the time. So maybe we can see the land perturbations, you can see coastal works, you can see the destruction of the nature in our daily lives. You can see, for example, here even in Gran Canaria, especially in the Canary Islands. But maybe what about the ocean perturbations? Because they're underneath the surface water. So most of the time, that's the reason of the title of this talk is about out of sight, out of mind. So why the ocean is important? So the ocean is really important because it provides this oxygen. There is still people that believe the oxygen that we breathe are for the Amazon. Now, the oxygen produced in Amazon is consumed inside the Amazon forest. So over, like maybe in the Canaries, all the oxygen that we breathe now are those from the phytoplankton. So ocean currents also distributed, the heat of the planet. And there is circulation patterns creates the kind of the differences in climate that we got. This is like warmer here than maybe, for example, in Iceland. And also the problem that we got is about warming threatens this balance in climate change, okay? So it, triggers the effect that we call overall, climate change. So the ocean economic and social value is huge. Firstly, the protein source. Now we are living in a kind of developed countries. So most of us, we are eating meat most of the time as a protein source. But maybe you go to the Southeast Asia, most of the people in Africa, they eat fish because they don't have, cows, chickens, lambs, pigs, etc. It is also a really good, source of energy. It provides so much employment. We are talking about like over 200 million people are living only, like fishing and in aquaculture industry. And 90% of the, of the trade markets is by, running by boats. So all the products that we got here in the Canaries, for example, like 97% of the products, but come from the mainland. So that's the reason, for example, they come by boats, okay, by ferries. So one of the things that we got in the ocean, we got the kind of this idea that the ocean is massive, is giant. So even you can see from the surface, you are on the coast, you can see the limit of the ocean. Okay, so maybe most of the time we consider that it could be massive, there is nothing to happen to the ocean, but the problem with this ocean, we have seen that could be vulnerable at the same time. So now there's one really cool paper, done by Halpern and colleagues in 2008. I spent like 2 months last year working with them. They saw in 2008 that over 40% of the ocean is highly impacted. You can see, the orange, and you can see, the red hotspots there. So maybe it could be highly impacted. But what happened with the ocean? Why is so impacted, The major ocean threats that we got are 4. And most of the people are talking about microplastics. Never are going to be the microplastics, the huge problem in the ocean. It's really good. It's really good for us just trying to think about it because I think it's really easy just trying to confront this problem. We don't buy some single-use plastics, okay, waste management and this stuff of the plastic could be great. But the main problems that we got in the ocean are 4. This is warming, is one of the most important ones, and the most important one is overfishing. We fish a lot, and there is no time to recover the fish stocks in the ocean. We got problems also with acidification, and we got problems with the low levels of oxygen in the water. So now we got the kind of, the effects of the climate change they are translated to these effects that we got. We got less ice, we got more droughts and wildfires, we got changes in plant life cycles, there's a permafrost. I'm not going to dig into that, okay, but maybe in the ocean we got a rising ocean level, there is warmer oceans, and there are damaged corals, and also seagrasses are damaged because of that. But what is the main problem of the ocean? Why is so hot here? The problem of the got of bubbles is like a poisonous gas that they got in huge concentrations is CO2, okay? This CO2 reflects, the heat. So it's like, for example, if we are, running and we couldn't sweat. We are getting warmer and warmer and warmer inside. It's like, for example, running with a plastic, okay? So that's the greenhouse effect. And this greenhouse effect, has, there is a problem with solar radiation. There is a problem about gas trapping. So we are condensing and concentrating this CO2 inside the Earth. There could be either warming, and there could be acidification also in the ocean. So the problem that we are close to the collapse of the ocean ecosystems. The first one, we are warning signs. I love this one because maybe that's the problem of, one of the things that, for example, people that don't have a really good background about ocean science, people love to take pictures in winter here in the Canaries with like swimsuit and this stuff. We are loving that here in winter. Maybe you need to ask yourself why the ocean is so hot in February here in the Canaries. So that's the problem that we got, and we have seen that in 2030, like just now, in 5 years, we are going to see there is going to be the 30% of loss of coral reefs worldwide. Now it's about 25%. We are going to reach the 30%. There could be catastrophic losses, in 2050. I'm not working in an NGO. I'm a researcher, and that's true, okay? But we love to see the other side. Okay, because it's a difficult problem to solve. And in 2100, there could be a full system failure. So the ocean are going to help us about the climate change. So there's the typical picture when people go to Maldives. This is the capital of Maldives. This is Male, okay? So this is full of people in a really tiny island. They need to build this kind of groins and breakwaters, you can see there. And maybe they go to an airport in another island. But people love to go to the honeymoon, and they spend it in a small islet that you got to go to. One plane to that place, and then a small plane to another island to be there in Maldives, okay? Maldives? No, Maldives. Oh my God, Maldives in Argentina. What about the CO2 emissions? What are the problems of CO2 emissions? It's about our activity. Everything that we've done emit, CO2. You can see, for example, here is like a footprint of the CO2 worldwide. You can see the routes of transoceanic plains, and you can see this kind of burning, burning areas here, especially in Asia, India, Europe as well. You can see in Africa, because there are not so many people here, and even South America here. So it's a huge amount of CO2 that we produce, yearly. So we have these kind of landscapes that are really common. It's really common, for example, even here in Cape Canary Islands, having traffic jams, because we are so many people in a really tiny place. But maybe, for example, traffic jams are at different level in Bogota, for example, in Rio de Janeiro, Singapore, or even the main cities of China. This is a picture from Beijing, okay? And maybe that's the problem that we got. The problem is that the habitat loss, that maybe we are cutting off so many forests, and this is the rate of deforestation worldwide is increasing each year. So these two pictures have the ugliest tables, the ugliest figures of the whole presentation. Sorry about that, but I would like to put these ones because it's the IPCC, so the Intergovernmental Panel of Climate Change. The guys that they know what climate change is. So maybe you can see the increase of CO2. the increase of nitrogen oxide, the increase of methane, and the increase that you got in these calcium sulfates. They're increasing in the last maybe 40 years, 30 years, 40, like maybe 50 years. So even there's still people that believe that climate change is not our fault. We love to don't feel guilty, This is like the people that are anti-vaccines with the COVID. Sounds great. Well, how many anti-vaccines people are in Africa? Come on, we need to be serious, okay? So what about temperature? So maybe the temperature, you can see the huge increase that they got in Earth surface temperature in the last 20 years. It was amazing. How do you people have so many data, in the year 1000? We got one really good database, and also people didn't know about this kind of cherry blossom trees in Japan. In Japan, they got reports of temperature since the century 9. That's amazing. And we collected this data, and we put it here in this figure. So maybe we will remain more or less stable till, I don't know, the 19th century, something like that. And maybe you can see the exponential growth in the last years. Amazing. Also, we are burning. The planet is burning a lot. And what about the climate change? And we love to remain with our lifestyle. And this is a big, big mistake. Big mistake, because if we are going to follow the same trend, we are going to have like a temperature rise in the next years of 4 degrees. So it means that we're going to lose so much money in a couple of years. We're going to be 7 million people die from air pollution. At the moment, only 2 million people die of air pollution. You couldn't go for a run outside in Beijing. I was living 3 years in Chile. I couldn't run during winter in Chile for running because there is so much air pollution. I live in Qatar, and there is impossible to run in summer because it's so hot there. 45, we are talking about 45 now, 54 degrees during 1.5 months. You couldn't live there. So maybe you can see so many people living from the deaths from disease. So maybe there is no sense at all just trying to continue this trend of CO2 production that we got at the moment. So the problems that we got with the ocean, with this 4 degrees temperature rise, this trend, is going to be tropics, are expanding. So tropical waters are expanding from the north, in the northern hemisphere, and then in the south, on the southern hemisphere, 200 k's per decade. That's amazing, because we haven't seen now in the Canaries tropical fish from the Gulf of Lions, Gulf of Guinea, that we call in Spanish. Okay, in the polars there is still no real, consistent shifts of how species move. We are talking about plants and animals. So this is the process that we call tropicalization. You can see there are so many fish here in Japan that were from Hawaii. So many fish here that were from India that are reporting now in Australia. So many fish here in Cuba that now are in Azores. And so many fish there that it was maybe, we are talking about Recife and this area, that is cold waters, and maybe now we are talking in Uruguay, or maybe you are talking in Argentina. So everything is changing because of this ocean warming. And ocean acidification. We got so much CO2 in the atmosphere, and this CO2 interacts with water, and it creates like maybe acid water. So maybe it's a water with lower pH. And this has consequences, especially with animals that haven't got shells. And these cells are made of, calcium carbonate. This, for example, mollusks, okay? So we got problems with the cells of the mollusks at the moment. And what about anoxia and hypoxia? We have seen in the last two decades that there could be the increase of the area that are hypoxic in the ocean. So you can see there is in this area, I live there here in Chile, and sometimes fishermen, they couldn't go for fishing because everything is dead, okay? Because there is an hypoxia there. And you can see in the Indian Ocean, here this area is a mess when there are hypoxic periods, and even anoxia. There is no oxygen, so there is no fish, no crabs, almost nothing there. But we have, because we love to see solutions, because in our culture, the word irreversible, that nothing is going to change, is almost forbidden. So maybe we have seen that IPCC have two scenarios. The two scenarios that we are having as just a couple of adjustments of our lifestyle, that maybe, for example, we increase the sea surface temperature 1.5 degrees, or maybe 2 degrees, and these are the consequences. So maybe 1.5 degrees, maybe we have exposed people to 70 million people exposed to flooding. It's going to be lost like almost 90% of the corals, and there is going to be like a decrease in fisheries, only increasing 1.5 degrees. And make this now 2 degrees, 80 people exposed to flooding. There could be no ice in the Arctic once per decade. That's really, really is a massive, example about, the problems of warming. And you haven't got, the decrease of wild catches also, 3 million tons. Now we are catching about 95 million tons of fish. So it's a huge amount of fish here, and almost all corals are going to die. But you control climate change. I love this one because they take this picture in London. They have this kind of advertisement that are really shocking and like jaw-dropping. I love that one. And maybe turn down, switch off, recycle, walk, and change. Sounds really good, but in individual terms, there are going to be, like 5 solutions that maybe we could still live here in this planet, with not so many consequences. So maybe we have reduced carbon emissions. It means especially renewable energy. That's massive. It needs to be done, switch to renewable energy as soon as possible. We need to have sustainable fishing, especially for just trying to maintain our protein source. We could live with, carbohydrates. There are so many diets that you can see, no carbohydrates, and maybe you are weight loss, that's fine. We could live without fats. It's pretty complicated, but sounds good. But we can't live without protein. It's really important protein for us for our diet. So we need to have sustainable fishing, just trying to acquire some, protein source that are stable. Waste reduction, circular economy, needs to be, on a daily basis in our lives. Marine protected areas, that nothing is going to be done in these areas. 30% of the ocean needs to be protected, yes or yes, and especially public awareness. People need to be aware that maybe climate change is a huge issue. COVID is nuts. The words that are now nuts compared with climate change. Still, we got some hope. There is a couple of places. You can see Cook, St. Cook, you have in Suva, close to Fiji. There are some places that are really, really cool. And especially, for example, this one. It's so expensive to go by flights. This is Muria, and this is a French, outermost territory. Is amazing. It's like a paradise there. So it's really, really nice that we still have these ones. There is a film, The Day After Tomorrow. You have to have a glance. It's a really good one. It's a little bit, Hollywood style and this stuff. The movie is fictional, but climate change is real. And I used to, end up, my presentations with this slide. This is the first picture taken from the Mir station, the first sunrise that they have Mir station. The Mir station is about 80 km, in the orbit, and there's so many astronauts there. It was the first picture of sunrise on Earth that we got. So we are living on a wrongly named planet that is Earth, that it needs to be named ocean, and we are imagine the probabilities, the tiny infinitesimal probability that is life in our planet, in the whole universe. Imagine your probability that you are here, that you met your mom and your dad. This is nothing compared that is life here. We are in a planet that is 4.5 billion years, and the correct distance from the sun. We are spinning around the sun, we got satellite that is the moon, we got atmosphere, and we got the ocean. And we are only one species, 1 million years of existences, that we are going to waste the whole amount of time and effort that is life here? Thank you so much. I'm Rodrigo Riera. There is no questions?
Well, I hope you enjoyed this first talk. Now we are going back to Maria Jose. So whenever you're ready, I'm going to remind her talk was about renewable energies in the Iberian Peninsula.
So I hope that now we can see the presentation on the screen. Erika? I don't know if this is another way of crash. Because I have some lovely pictures, so this is why. ¿No se puede? ¿Que no ha llegado la presentación?
No. Ah, voy a pasar a la siguiente otra vez.
Yes, this is a crash.
So apparently we are having trouble again with the presentation, so we are going to pass to the next one, which is ABAFES with Pablo Paz, and he is going to talk about the association, which is about veterinary and wild fauna, and about conservation. Well, Pablo is in the bathroom, so we are going to give him 5 minutes, and we're going back. We're having another change. So we are going to go now with Maria Dolores Hernandez Perez, which is going to talk about the MOC, the Meridional Overturning Current, and what is its controversy, and how it's affecting the Canary Islands.
Hi. First, I want to apologize because the slides are in Spanish. I wasn't sure which language to use, but I've seen that most of you come from abroad, so I'm going to switch to English. Have you seen the movie that Rodrigo showed, The Day After Tomorrow? The movie is about what will happen if the AMOC collapses. And what we see on the movie is very well scientific based, but it happens in a shorter time frame. And we observe a lot of natural catastrophes, mainly affecting the American cities. So what is the AMOC? The thermohaline circulation connects all the currents of the globe into two belts, an upper belt with warm water and a lower belt with cold water. And the AMOC is the engine of this thermohaline circulation. The AMOC is located in the North Atlantic and is where we see the transformation of upper waters into deep waters. How does this work? Basically, where we live here in tropical, subtropical areas, we have a warming of the ocean due to the high radiation. So the ocean gets warm and evaporation takes place, so it also gets really salty. Then, due to the rotation of the Earth and the winds, this water mass travels all the way to the north until it reaches high latitudes. This warm water encounters a very cool atmosphere. By the second principle of thermodynamics, what it does is it releases this heat into the atmosphere. By releasing the heat, it becomes cold. Remember, it was also salty. So it gets denser, and then it sinks, and it starts the deep circulation southward with cold water. When that happens, the water mass also gets gas from the atmosphere. Cool water is more able to capture gases, so it also helps us to regulate CO2 from the atmosphere. This AMOC transports 17 bedrooms. One bedroom is 10 to the 6 cubic meters per second. To get an idea, the river Amazon has a transport of 0.1 bedrooms. And if we sum all the outflows of all the rivers in the world, we get 1 bedroom. So this AMOC is like 17 times all the rivers in the earth moving water together. But it also transports heat. And the heat it transports is 1.2 petawatts. 1 petawatt is 10 to the 15 watts. And it's kind of like 1% of the total radiation of the sun given to the Earth. This video is showing you how the AMOC works, but also it shows you what happens or why is it relevant for climate. The winds, as they travel through these warm water masses, they warm up and they change the weather in the European countries. So this is why when we look at this graph, we observe that while in Portugal the winters are kind of mild, in New York you get snow during winter. So how can we stop this AMOC? If we warm the ocean and we warm the atmosphere, what we will get is a melting from glaciers, melting from sea ice, and melting from all the Greenland and all these big ice continental shelves. And this melting water is very low density, so it goes in an upper layer on top of this warm northward going layer. So it does two things. First, it isolates the warm layer from the atmosphere, but also it dilutes part of the salinity. And these two things make it much harder to sink and to form the deep circulation. Therefore, slowing the AMOC and even stopping the AMOC. How can we warm the atmosphere and the ocean at the same time? Well, this is the greenhouse effect. It's a natural process of the Earth. Basically, the sun radiates to the Earth. Part of it comes back to the space due to the albedo and also due to the atmosphere we have. Part of it gets inside the Earth and the oceans, and then on the night, this heat that we have trapped comes back into the outer space. But because we have an atmosphere, part of the heat crashes against the clouds and comes back. Since the 1980s, we have been adding CO2 to the atmosphere, and this acts like a blanket on top of the planet. So now we are retaining more and more heat, warming our oceans and warming our continents. So if we stop the AMOC, what we stop is the meridional transfer of heat. And what we will see is that tropical and subtropical areas will become really warm, increasing storms, illnesses, and so on, while the northern side of the planet will have a glaciation. It will be super cold, and it will be really hard to live there. So how do we measure the AMOC? There are several ways to measure the AMOC. With in situ data, using what is called the Wall Ocean Circulation Experiment, and now it's called GoShip. This experiment basically took all the international community, they sat together and they decide, okay, instead of measuring the ocean wherever we want, let's agree on standard sections that we can repeat every year to see changes. So in the global map that you have up there, the red lines are not really lines, they are dots. And in each of the dots, a ship stops and they put into the water a rosette, which is the instrument I'm showing up there. A rosette has sensors of temperature, salinity, velocity, and some bottles to capture water to measure biochemical properties. No? And once you stop in every single point, it's like cutting a cake to see what is in each layer. So on the figure of the right, on the top panel, you see the numbers 1 to 100. Those are stations, like the red dots on the map. And once you have done all of them, you can take the chunk of the ocean and see all the layers of temperature and salinity and velocity on it. And that's the way we study the circulation. In 2023, we had a student here called Veronica Caínzos. She took all these sections and she tried to analyze what happens in the 3 decades that we have data from the WOSE experiment. And what she observed is that in these 30 years of data, the AMOC has not really changed, and it's kind of steady around 17 bedrooms. The way we do this is, these are all the sections from south to north, and this is depth from the surface to the bottom. And you can see all these circulation maps going through the different cross sections. And then if you integrate, you get the picture on the left, and the maximum peak is what we call the AMOC. There. Another way to analyze the AMOC is through mooring arrays. There are several international mooring arrays along the Atlantic Ocean. The northernmost is called SNAP, the southernmost is called Samba. The one I'm showing you beneath is Rapid. It's the one that we have from the Canary Islands to Florida. This mooring array basically is a buoy with an anchor, and in a line we put sensors of temperature, salinity, and velocity. And they stay in the water for a year or 2, then they get picked up, and then they get put back again. On the video, you can see how they're deployed. Basically, you put first the buoy, and then you start releasing rope, and then you put the anchor. And these mooring arrays, they're shown on the right, they're time series of transport. And if you look at it, yeah, there is a lot of natural variability. There was a big scandal in 2009 saying, well, the AMOC is going to collapse, but then it recovered. So it's not clear whether there is a decline or not of the AMOC. But we all have heard the news, the AMOC is going to stop. Where does this data come from? We also observe the AMOC using models. The IPCC has what they call the CEMIP models, now version 6. The C is for couple, because they run an atmosphere and an ocean coupled together to see how one responds to the other. And all these models are showing that the AMOC will decline around 2100. But that's an old figure. The latest models are talking about 250. So in the next decades, there will be a slowdown of the AMOC based on model studies. But who do we trust, no? What do we see in the system? Is it really what model says? Is it what observation says? What do we see? We see increasing trend of CO2 concentration in the atmosphere, and that comes with an increasing temperature on the atmosphere too. La diapositiva se congeló. Oh, no. Okay. So we also observe an increase in the ocean temperatures. This is the anomalies for May this year. We see that most of it is red. And if we look at the anomalies like average of all the planet, we see that we are almost 1 degree Celsius above the average. Looking into the right, you see the years 2023, 24, and 25 have been the highest of all the record. But we also look at the sea ice concentration, and we observe that summer 2024 was a year with record low sea ice extent, is the figure on the left, and the figure on the right shows the time series of all the years, and you see 2024, 2025 have had the lowest sea ice extent. But apart from the sea ice extent, the quality of the ice has gone worse. The quality of the ice is measured in years. The older it gets, the more solid, the more robust. The younger it is, it's more easy to destroy. The storms can melt it, and they can be transformed into chunks very easily. So we're losing sea ice extent and sea ice quality. This is on the Arctic, but if we look into Greenland or Antarctica, we also observe gigatons of mass being lost in the red areas. And this is not only because the atmosphere is warming, it's also the ocean is warming and is melting the ice from beneath in a process that is called scavenging. This sea ice melt is rising the sea level. The sea level rate of rise is 3 millimeters per year. A couple of years ago, it was 2 millimeters per year, which means that now the trend is getting steeper. We're having more and more water in the system. And it comes from melting, but also because we have more heat, the water expands. So we have sea level rise due to melting and to the thermal expansion of the water. This is from a global point of view. What do we see in the Canary Islands? This is a time series that have been measured from the 1990s, and you can see on the left temperature and on the right salinity. There is an increasing trend in temperature, especially if you don't look at the data from the 1990s, and a decrease in salinity. However, you can say, okay, but there is like 1 point per year, 2 points per year. And this is because we are in the Canary Islands, and when we want to sample the ocean, we need to bring the ship from the mainland, and we have very little access to ship and to measurements on the water. So doing the same experiment but using satellite data, we can observe that in the Canary Islands, the temperature of the ocean has been increasing. In 2023, it was 2.7 Celsius over the average, and now we are about 1 degree over the average. And again, if we look at every single year per day, we will see that 2024 was record of warmest ocean in the whole time series. This also can be seen in the atmosphere. We can see warmer nights, warmer days, decrease in precipitation, more dust events. We get a lot of dust storms from the Sahel and the Sahara. Well, the amounts of storms that we get in is more because the atmosphere is warmer, so it has more energy to create the storms. So we have more dust events in the islands. And we have more tropical nights. Those are nights with temperatures over 20 degrees Celsius. But also we get more flooding events. Flooding events, not only because sea level has risen, but also because we have more storms. This creates big swells, and they go over the coast more easily. This is a map of hazard, and they have studied which areas are more vulnerable to these flooding events. And what you can see here that it's not just that water comes into the shore, it's also water affecting houses and affecting our principal economy, that is tourism. So we will lose beaches and we will lose tourism and part of our economy. So in the University of Las Palmas, we have a group measuring the AMOC. I thought it was kind of fun to put this slide because they arrived yesterday to Brazil. This is my group. I couldn't go there because I'm pregnant, but all of them went there. And basically they took out a mooring that has been here for 4 years to measure the exchange between the Atlantic Ocean, the Antarctic Circumpolar Current, and the Indian Ocean. So we will see what is in this. These are called PIEs, pressure inverted echo sounders, and they've been in the water for 4 years. So we're very excited with the idea of looking what is in there. So are we gonna live the day after tomorrow? Model says, yeah, in a couple of decades. observations, they say, not yet, but we see some indications that this will happen. Indications as temperatures increasing, sea ice melt, and changes in density in the ocean. So probably we will live something like the day after tomorrow. This time it will affect everyone, not American cities, and it will happen in a longer time frame. It's not a matter of hours, it's a matter of months and years. Thank you.
Well, I hope you are enjoying. We started with a lot of science, which is fine for me, but we are going to go back to schedule. We're going to test first the presentation to check that if it's okay, but hopefully it's okay now, and we can keep with Maria Jose and renewable energies.
It's the first time in my life, but it's interesting that it can be here. So, at the beginning, I was thinking to discuss in this presentation the last research that we have done in my research team about energy cooperatives and community energies in order to show how the population is involved in this energy transition. But last weekend, I was thinking that maybe I must move to the energy crash because it can be also unstable under the socio-technical perspective. I will do my presentation in Spanish. In that way, I will do shorter. So, toda la hoja de ruta de la transición energética en la Unión Europea está condicionada por los acuerdos que hemos suscrito con la Conferencia de las Partes de Naciones Unidas. Fundamentalmente, desde la firma del Acuerdo de París, la Unión Europea ha tomado una postura muy decidida de apoyar la transición energética en los dos gobiernos bajo la presidencia de Ursula von der Leyen. De la información que tenéis recogida en esta diapositiva y que responde a una conferencia de trabajo que organizamos la semana pasada en Madrid, podéis ver cómo realmente hay un planteamiento, quizás, o dos planteamientos clave en esta diapositiva. De un lado, todo lo que es el arranque de la Conferencia de las Partes y el Acuerdo de París, y de otro lado, la crisis desatada en la Unión Europea después de la invasión rusa por Ucrania. Perdón, de la invasión ucraniana de Ucrania por Rusia, lo he dicho al revés. Un acontecimiento fundamental dentro de este proceso también está siendo este plan de industrialización verde, el Green Industrial Plan, que realmente va a suponer un revulsivo para la economía de los Estados miembros. Va a implicar el cambio en los procesos de producción industrial que deben de protagonizar el despliegue en el cambio del suministro energético, que ya no va a provenir de energías fósiles, sino de energías limpias, con todo tipo de tecnologías, pero que fundamentalmente va a verse alimentado por fuentes de energía renovable. El objetivo es que tengamos una economía y unos sistemas productivos cero emisiones. Para ese objetivo, además, se cuentan con unos materiales que sean sostenibles y se cuenta también con una reforma muy importante del mercado eléctrico para que toda nuestra economía, toda nuestra vida esté sometida a la electrificación, porque, como sabemos, en gran parte de los países de la Unión Europea la energía que les mueve no es la energía eléctrica, sino que proviene de otro tipo de fuentes. Para ello, la Unión Europea, sobre todo, bueno, lo hace de forma vertiginosa, pero en los 2 últimos años, sobre todo después de la invasión rusa de Ucrania, está procediendo a aprobar reglamentos y también directivas de obligado cumplimiento por los Estados miembros para acelerar este proceso de transición energética. Y básicamente lo que persigue es lo que tenéis recogido en la diapositiva. En primer lugar, quiere una eficiencia energética que permita reducir el consumo en torno a un 12%. En segundo lugar, pretende que la generación eléctrica, la electrificación de nuestra economía y nuestros modos de vida provenga de las energías renovables hasta un 45%. La península ibérica va a superar ese 45% de aportes. Intenta también realizar un impulso decidido a la energía eólica offshore, intentando evitar algunas tensiones, algunos roces que ahora comentaré, que se han sucedido con las instalaciones de energía renovable sobre suelo. Y también, algo muy importante, está vinculando la transición energética con todo lo que tiene que ver con la arquitectura, con los modos de vida urbanos y, en definitiva, con las certificaciones energéticas de las edificaciones, para volver al primer punto, para que seamos eficientes desde el punto de vista energético. Esta es una revolución desde el punto de vista normativo, desde el punto de vista tecnológico, pero es también una revolución desde el punto de vista ciudadano, porque si la sociedad no asume este proceso de cambio, es muy difícil que tenga lugar. Y eso es lo que precisamente quería venir a contaros hoy. En todas estas políticas, en todas estas normativas de la Unión Europea, el territorio y la sociedad están ausentes. Los procesos de transición energética son procesos porque van sucediendo poco a poco, porque tienen acelerones y tienen retrasos, como quizás es la situación en la que nos encontremos ahora mismo. Pero son procesos sociotécnicos, implican lógicamente los avances tecnológicos, pero también implica el impulso político y la participación ciudadana. Sin ellos no puede tener lugar. Por lo tanto, en la transición energética, el territorio, la sociedad, la geografía, la geopolítica, como nos ha venido a dar la cara con el apagón energético, tienen que estar representadas en la hoja de ruta de la transición energética en la Unión Europea. Y ahora mismo no lo están. Digo esto porque todos somos conscientes de que el alimentarnos con energía eléctrica, alimentarnos con energía renovable, implica el símil de tener una plataforma petrolífera en el lugar en el que vives. El aporte de energía lo tienes en el lugar en el que vives, no viene de otros lugares, no viene con transporte, no viene con gasoductos, viene directamente del lugar en el que tú estás viviendo, porque es ahí donde se va a generar esa energía. Y eso da lugar a una relación muy interesante desde el punto de vista social, porque la sociedad tiene que reconocer esas plantas generadoras de energía con algún tipo de utilidad, si no las va a rechazar. Va a generar oposición, va a generar posturas como no en mi patio trasero, no en mi backyard. La geografía también condiciona la localización, porque está de hecho condicionando la localización de esa transición energética en determinadas zonas, y también la geopolítica, sobre todo desde el apagón del 28 de abril. Las primeras relaciones entre energías renovables, territorio y sociedad han venido de la mano de los paisajes de las energías renovables, en los que conjuntamente con mi grupo vengo trabajando desde los últimos 10-15 años. Nosotros trabajamos en la implementación de paisajes de las energías renovables en el conjunto de Europa, pero empezamos a preocuparnos por la actitud, la participación, la implicación que tenía la sociedad con estos paisajes de las energías renovables en el sur de Europa, porque empezamos a identificar que el comportamiento era diferente del que tenían en otros lugares de la Unión, de los Estados miembros. Los paisajes de las energías renovables son lugares donde la incorporación, la entrada de heliostatos o de aerogeneradores está cambiando el carácter del paisaje, está cambiando la sensibilidad de ese paisaje, está haciéndolos de alguna forma manifestarse con una mayor vulnerabilidad. Y algunas veces la población lo percibe de forma positiva y otras veces no. Es por eso por lo que, en atención al Convenio Europeo del Paisaje de Florencia, empezamos a analizar la relación que la población tenía con la transición energética a partir de estos paisajes de las energías renovables. Y empezamos a ver cómo contemplaba estos nuevos paisajes con la misma cohesión, con la misma imagen, con la misma fortaleza que puede tener un paisaje minero, un paisaje agrícola, un paisaje urbano. Los primeros análisis de esta relación entre la población y los paisajes de las energías renovables como imagen de la transición energética estaban vinculadas a ese planteamiento de not in my backyard, no en mi patio trasero. Sin embargo, veíamos cómo en los países del sur de Europa y en Israel, que es fundamentalmente el ámbito geográfico en el que yo realizo este tipo de análisis, esta oposición no era así. Y era necesario que se la matizara y era necesario que de alguna forma analizásemos por qué en estos países del sur de Europa y en Israel no había un rechazo o una oposición frontal ante los paisajes de las energías renovables y que no se debía a que no hubiese interés en el paisaje, sino a que las energías renovables no formaban parte del rechazo. Eso, lógicamente, nos da lugar o nos permite poner en el centro de esa transición energética a la sociedad, porque es preciso saber por qué ella unas veces muestra ese rechazo hacia la transición energética y en otras ocasiones no lo hace. Y eso era muy interesante porque el cambio no puede realizarse, repito, sin que la sociedad forme parte del mismo. Y es muy importante que, junto con los impulsos tecnológicos, los impulsos normativos, los impulsos financieros, las subvenciones, la ciudadanía contemple este proceso de transición energética como algo que le pertenezca, como algo en lo que pueda participar, algo que en definitiva le reporte algún tipo de beneficio, más allá del beneficio global de estar contribuyendo a mitigar el calentamiento térmico o el cambio climático. Y lo tiene que ver de otra manera porque estas instalaciones están teniendo lugar en territorios donde viven personas, donde están viendo condicionadas sus economías, donde están viendo cómo de alguna forma entra en conflicto con sus actividades económicas cotidianas, o porque ahora algunas de estas zonas, algunos de estos territorios, se les está haciendo responsables del origen del apagón energético en la península ibérica. Estos territorios son fundamentalmente territorios objetos de envejecimiento demográfico, son territorios objetos de procesos de despoblación, son territorios que no son muy potentes desde el punto de vista económico. Estoy hablando de los territorios rurales, de las economías locales, de grandes zonas, de amplias zonas del interior de la península ibérica, tanto en España como en Portugal, que se han subido al carro, van de forma muy rápida intentando incorporar la transición energética, intentando incorporar estas plantas de energía renovable dentro de sus modos de vida. No solo desde el punto de vista del paisaje, no solo de si está cambiando mi paisaje, si está cambiando mi relación con el lugar en el que habito, sino sobre todo porque, insisto, está cambiando sus economías. Está sustituyendo, ahora mismo, está sucediendo en la península ibérica, está sustituyendo zonas agrícolas productivas, tanto de regadío como de secano, las está sustituyendo por plantas solares. Y no solamente esa sustitución por plantas solares de suelos agrícolas, sino, si os fijáis en la parte detrás de la diapositiva, en unos tendidos eléctricos, una especie de autopistas de electricidad que son realmente, si me lo permitís, brutales y que pueden verse con mucha fuerza en cualquier entorno en el cual se está desarrollando una planta de energía renovable. Insisto, está cambiando el paisaje, está cambiando el territorio, está cambiando los modos de vida. Y este cambio en los modos de vida está llevando a que de alguna manera la población diga: ¿por qué no quiero ser parte del cambio? ¿Por qué no voy a poder de alguna forma protagonizar algo? ¿Por qué no voy a poder ser capaz de generar esa energía si quizás esa energía puede traer empleos, no en la construcción de la planta, sino porque probablemente el paso siguiente, si el mecanismo funciona, es que las grandes industrias consumidoras de energía se trasladen cerca de las plantas generadoras de energía, con lo cual podremos hablar de un proceso de industrialización. Pues bien, todo este proceso de repente se ha trastocado con el apagón del 28 de abril. Todos habréis visto en los medios de comunicación, ¿verdad?, que el 28 de abril, entre las 12:30 y las 12:35, hubo una desconexión del sistema eléctrico en la península ibérica. Yo no voy a entrar en las causas porque no las conozco, lógicamente. Tengo algunas opiniones personales que puedo compartir con vosotros fuera de esta posición de protagonismo, ¿no? Pero lo que sí es cierto es que se produjo un apagón de estaciones de generación eléctrica entre las 12:30 y las 12:35. Ese apagón ha tenido lugar en España, pero ha afectado también a Portugal y nos ha manifestado o nos ha mostrado una vez más como lo que somos. Somos una potencia, o queremos ser una potencia energética, queremos ser una cabeza de ratón en la generación energética, pero no podemos porque somos una isla energética. Nuestra capacidad de generación energética, que va a superar probablemente en el 2030 ese 45% que la Unión Europea persigue, necesita salir del país. No puede quedarse aquí porque esa energía que nosotros estamos generando no es para nosotros. La intención es venderla al conjunto de la Unión Europea. Y es muy importante que seamos conscientes de que la península ibérica es una isla energética, que España ha provocado el apagón en Portugal, pero que, sin embargo, los archipiélagos portugueses y españoles no han sufrido el apagón, lo cual todavía nos hace mucho más conscientes de la significación que tiene esa isla energética. Voy a mostraros algunas diapositivas de las investigaciones que estamos llevando a cabo. Esta es una que muestra la velocidad de crucero con la generación renovable de la energía en nuestro país, en España, en los últimos 8 o 10 años. Estamos duplicando, triplicando la generación de energía eléctrica por fuentes renovables frente a fuentes convencionales. No tengo ahora mismo disponible la información de Portugal, pero esa es la realidad. La realidad es que España, junto con Alemania y Dinamarca, son 3 potencias desde el punto de vista de generación renovable, pero que España es capaz de exportar esa energía porque debido a nuestros niveles de industrialización y debido a nuestro menor nivel de electrificación, por ejemplo en el transporte, que es uno de los principales fuentes consumidoras de energía, no tenemos capacidad de consumir la energía que estamos generando. Aquí tenemos también otras imágenes. Estas imágenes son de la localización y también del área de influencia de plantas fotovoltaicas y eólicas en la península ibérica y forma parte de un estudio para el conjunto de los países del sur de Europa. Es una información antigua, es de 2020 creo que es, y es una fuente de información abierta. Es una fuente que se llama OpenStreetMap, que algunos de vosotros quizás conoceréis si estáis en el ámbito de la geografía, y está mostrando la inquietud que tiene la ciudadanía de subir esa información a esa plataforma de información libre para poner de manifiesto cómo, sobre todo los parques eólicos y las plantas fotovoltaicas, están ocupando lugares muy significativos de nuestro territorio, porque, insisto, la transición energética no sucede en la nube, sucede en la realidad. La plataforma petrolífera está ahora en nuestro territorio. Y además no está en el conjunto del territorio, sino que nos va situando en determinadas comunidades autónomas donde parece que las últimas noticias sitúan el origen del apagón, que fundamentalmente es en el sur de España, concretamente en Badajoz, Sevilla y Córdoba o Granada, ciudades del sur de la península ibérica, y que es muy importante, como tenéis recogido en el cuadro superior izquierdo de la diapositiva, que nosotros estamos esforzándonos mucho en hacer una buena instalación de plantas de energía renovable, pero esas plantas de energía renovable tienen una diferente capacidad de generación de energía. Yo puedo tener una planta de un sistema de energía convencional, un gasoducto, una nuclear, y yo tengo un sistema de producción energética estable. Con las renovables no sucede eso, depende de los recursos. Si tengo viento, si tengo sol, puedo generar esa energía. Si genero mucha energía, tengo capacidad de verter esa energía y tengo capacidad de venderla, de obtener un beneficio. Pero ¿qué pasa si no puedo verterla? ¿Se forman atascos? ¿Se forma caos? En ese caos, en esa necesidad de verter energía, es muy importante que tengamos en cuenta que la península ibérica es una isla energética a pesar o debido a Francia. Durante todo este proceso de transición energética, la península ibérica, el pacto ibérico del gobierno de Antonio Soares y de Pedro Sánchez, estaba intentando, desde el punto de vista geopolítico, reforzar la producción de energía renovable en la península ibérica para que saliese a la Unión Europea, al resto de Estados miembros, a través de Francia. La posición de Francia es diferente, lógicamente. Francia ha tenido una inversión muy fuerte en energía nuclear, que fue muy contestada en su momento y que ahora pues, parece, según dicen los medios de comunicación, que ha venido a salvarnos porque fueron capaces de aportar de forma inmediata 2 gigavatios de potencia y nos ayudaron a recuperar con mayor rapidez el aprovisionamiento de energía eléctrica. Pero realmente esto sucedió en parte, porque nuestras líneas de evacuación están probablemente infradimensionadas para la capacidad de generación de energía fotovoltaica, sobre todo, y también eólica que tenemos, digo en parte, porque puede que sea una de las causas del problema, pero también porque, junto con ese infradimensionamiento del tendido eléctrico, Francia tiene que permitir que nuestra energía salga y eso va a condicionar el mercado energético francés. En esta diapositiva, que creo que es la única que traigo en español, veis cómo la capacidad de exportación de la península ibérica en energía es muy potente y esa energía debe ser exportada y debe, además, lógicamente, tener mecanismos que aseguren que esa exportación puede tener lugar a través del territorio de Francia. Con esto solamente quiero, de alguna forma, insistir en lo que os estoy planteando acerca de la importancia de tener en cuenta que en la lucha contra el calentamiento térmico, en la lucha contra el cambio climático global, es muy importante que le demos su verdadero protagonismo a las energías renovables, de la forma que sea, bien en grandes instalaciones, que deben ser ordenadas, deben ser planificadas desde el punto de vista sectorial, desde el punto de vista territorial, como desde el autoconsumo, ¿vale? Pero es muy importante que tengamos en cuenta que este proceso de transición energética no es un proceso lineal, no es algo que empieza y que termina, sino que empieza y retrocede. Ahora estamos en un momento de retroceso. Todos habréis leído probablemente algunas noticias sobre que la responsabilidad del apagón estaba en la energía renovable. Claro, es que nos estamos alimentando de energías renovables. Eso es positivo. Y lo que tenemos que hacer ahora es ver cuáles son los mecanismos para que no vuelva a suceder. Pero eso es verdad, porque esa es nuestra energía. Es muy importante que tengamos en cuenta que este proceso de transición energética es un proceso social y técnico, que no permitamos, desde el punto de vista del territorio, del paisaje, de la geografía, de la geopolítica, que no pensemos que todo se debe a los avances tecnológicos, que la sociedad debe incorporar de forma positiva esta energía renovable en nuestro modo de vida, lo que comentábamos al principio en la presentación, ¿verdad? Es muy importante que todos con nuestras acciones cotidianas formemos parte de este proceso. Es muy importante también que asumamos que la energía renovable implica un cambio de modelo energético hacia la electrificación. Y es muy importante también que tengamos en cuenta que todos podemos protagonizar ese proceso, por ejemplo, con autoconsumo, por ejemplo, siendo miembros de cooperativas de energía, de comunidades energéticas, intentando consumir en nuestra factura eléctrica energía renovable. Y es muy importante también que consideremos este proceso de transición desde un punto de vista territorial. Tiene que ser un proceso ordenado, no tiene que ser un proceso que simplemente vaya impulsado por la consecución de unos objetivos, por las necesidades de la industria alemana o centroeuropea, no quiero culpar a Alemania de nada, ¿no?, de hacerlo responsable, sino que es un proceso que tiene que tener en cuenta el territorio donde tiene lugar, la sociedad en la que tiene lugar. Y es muy importante también que tenga en cuenta el contexto geopolítico. Es muy importante que pensemos que dentro de la Unión Europea hay algunas hojas de ruta que se han cohesionado, pero el procedimiento por el cual esas hojas de ruta se deben seguir todavía no están cohesionadas. Y debemos ser conscientes de que desde el punto de vista de esa transición energética sociotécnica, el despliegue renovable tiene que estar apoyado en unas redes de distribución energética que sean seguras, que de alguna forma garanticen que no se van a producir sucesos como el del pasado 28 de abril. Y también, muy importante, tener en cuenta que la península ibérica ha apostado de manera decidida por ese cambio y que necesitamos el apoyo, lógicamente, del conjunto de la Unión y también de nuestros territorios para que esa transición energética sea también justa desde el punto de vista territorial dentro de nuestro país. Aquí tenéis finalmente, para terminar, algunos enlaces, algunos de los proyectos en los que estamos trabajando en este momento. Son todos proyectos vinculados, como digo, a energías renovables, transición energética y paisaje, y os animo a entrar en los enlaces y a enviarme un correo si tenéis cualquier pregunta. Muchas gracias y lamento las interrupciones técnicas. I don't know.
So I was saying, my first question is on the blackout in the Iberian Peninsula. I saw in where I live in Italy that this has actually sparked a debate over renewable energy. Many persons started to say, okay, we have to switch, we have to, we don't have to stick to renewables because they are unreliable, and we have to switch on nuclear energy and stuff and other stuff like that. And I wanted to know if only, not what is your thought, because I think the causes are not yet clear, as you said. But if there is a debate, it is started to be a debate, because, as you said, it's a social issue also. The second question is about, maybe I try to follow in Spanish, I understand a little bit, but not all. It was about the NIMBY issue, not in my backyard. Also, in Italy, there is a strong opposition against, for example, wind turbines. We have a region which is Sardinia that has actually, the government of Sardinia has actually banned almost all the region to be a place where you can install renewables. I want to know also if there is this kind of opposition in Spain. As I saw, there are many wind turbines around, so I don't know. But I was curious. So thank you again for the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. We are trying to analyze since the last 12 years if this opposition is taking place. And to be honest, we cannot say that it's like that. And we are trying to ask why it's not like that. And we think that maybe it's because we have a short amount of population. They don't have a lot of capacity to confront with the, with the public, with the press, and so on. But also because they think that this is not bad. I mean, because it's the way that they feel that they are protagonists of this process. In 2 weeks, we will analyze on the field a pilgrim that is now across a photovoltaic installation close to my place in Seville. From my perspective, the pilgrim's landscape is the most pure and natural and authentic landscape, because this has a strong societal significance for the rural population. And we are worried because we are going to ask people how they feel now, the pilgrim with this landscape of photovoltaics, because we are plenty sure that the people don't take care, because this is something new, this is something that is taking place, this is something that is not giving money, but we are not losing money, and this is the modernity, we want to take part of that. This is why. But this is not because the people is not convinced about the value of their landscape. It's because they think that this is something new, and they need something. They need that someone on some economic activities paying attention of them. When we identify this kind of reactions, these reactions always belongs from people from abroad, or maybe from literal people that they are from abroad and they are coming back to their local village when they were younger, and now they think, okay, this is changing, I don't like it. But for the local population, it's quite hard to identify this position. They are thinking about the benefits, the goal of this change, and also in Italy, of course. Okay, thank you very much, and sorry again.
I'm going to remind everyone that this is a forum, this is for all of us, so feel free to ask and point out whatever you want at the end of the presentations. So, to continue, we're going to have Pablo Paz from the AVAS Association, which is about conservation and wild species. So, thank you very much.
This presentation will also be in Spanish, so if you want to put your headphones. Pues buenos días, yo soy Pablo, como ya dijeron, y vengo en representación de la asociación AVAFES Canarias, que es una asociación de estudiantes. No va el... Ah, vale. Bueno, AVAFES es una asociación de estudiantes, como ya he dicho, y su acrónimo significa Asociación de Veterinarios para la Atención de la Fauna Exótica y Silvestre. Es una asociación sin ánimo de lucro que está fundada en la Facultad de Veterinaria de la ULPGC, que busca promover el conocimiento de la fauna exótica y silvestre, tanto en ámbitos de medicina, investigación y conservación, que es en la que nos vamos a centrar hoy principalmente. Está compuesta por 7 estudiantes, que somos los que estamos señalitos con las flechas rojas. Algunos de nosotros estamos aquí presentes en el público. Y bueno, es una asociación que existe en todas las facultades de veterinaria de España, aunque la de Canarias en su momento, hace un par de años, perdió un poquito el rumbo y cambió su finalidad a simplemente una divulgación social y una conservación mucho más a nivel familiar y social. Cada AVAFES tiene su propia junta y su propio logo. Tenemos en Madrid, en Barcelona, en Lugo, en Cáceres, Valencia, en todos. Tenemos bastante contacto con ellos, nos reunimos anualmente casi todos. Aquí estamos, fue este año en León, en la península. Y bueno, finalmente la asociación, después de perder su rumbo, fue dejada en blanco y 2 años más tarde, 6 de nosotros retomamos esta asociación. Y antes de entrar en qué hacemos nosotros y cuáles son nuestros objetivos, vamos a hablar un poquito de qué hacía antes esta asociación. Como ya he dicho, no nos pertenecía totalmente a nosotros antes y estaba mucho más centrada en una concienciación ciudadana y un voluntariado más social. Aquí tenemos algunos ejemplos de las actuaciones que tomaban, como jornadas de voluntariado para la eliminación de culebra californiana, que es un grave problema en nuestras islas, ya que es una especie invasora que afecta directamente a nuestra fauna. También tenemos otros voluntarios que han hecho, como dinámicas sociales que llevaron a cabo en la Isla del Hierro, en la cual participaron varias familias, y finalmente voluntariado de recogida de basura en la isla de Fuerteventura, si no me equivoco. Llegó a cambiar el nombre y actuar bajo el nombre de los vigilantes o agentes verdes. Y actualmente sí que hemos retomado los objetivos originales, que no son más que la enseñanza y la conservación, la cual, como ya dije, es en la que nos centraremos en el día de hoy. La enseñanza, he puesto algunos ejemplos de lo más representativo que hemos llevado a cabo este curso, que tenemos un curso de taller de manejo de hurones, uno de clínica de aves, enfocándonos tanto en las urgencias como en traumatología y diferentes manejos prácticos, una ponencia sobre las posibles salidas veterinarias en la fauna exótica y silvestre, que resultaron bastante interesantes para nuestros compañeros, y un curso de manejo de conejos y roedores. Y ya entrando en la materia de la conservación, que es la que nos viene bien hoy, nuestro principal centro que hemos tenido son las pardelas, que ahora entraré mucho más en detalle en ellas, pero realizamos tanto recogidas nocturnas de los polluelos que caen durante su primer vuelo, como sueltas al día siguiente. También hemos realizado algún simulacro de varamiento de cetáceos, que también entraré más en detalle a continuación. Una de las primeras cosas que hicimos en cuanto entramos en la asociación fue realizar los rescates de los polluelos de pardela cenicienta, o Calonectris borealis. Esta es una especie muy conocida y querida en el archipiélago, ya que es una especie migratoria que viene a Canarias en primavera para anidar, poner sus huevos y vuelve a emigrar cuando llega el otoño, entre septiembre y noviembre. El principal problema viene cuando proceden a dejar el archipiélago, ya que los polluelos dan su primer vuelo y estos se guían por la luz de la luna, y al verse desorientados con tanta contaminación lumínica empiezan a dar vueltas en el cielo hasta caer y ser incapaces de levantar el vuelo de nuevo. Llegado a este punto, los voluntariados, como son las fotos que puse antes, estas de aquí, que somos nosotros recogiendo pardelas por la noche, este soy yo, los cogí con una chaqueta porque muerden bastante, son un poquito. Y bueno, al ser recogidas se almacenan en cajas donde se encuentran bastante bien, ya que de forma natural viven en pequeñas cuevitas en rocas, así que están bastante cómodas. Son estas cajitas que tenemos por aquí. Y al día siguiente, si todo va bien, son liberadas de nuevo en estas sueltas que llevamos a cabo. Y es cierto que no siempre las aves están preparadas para su reintroducción. En ese caso son llevadas al centro de recuperación de fauna, donde si están cansadas, enfermas o heridas, pueden pasar un par de noches hasta que se encuentren en plena forma y vuelvan a ser posible su reintroducción. No siempre es posible, por lo cual entramos un poco en el debate de si es moral o no el sacrificio, pero ya eso es otro tema aparte. Nuestra función, como he dicho, es recogerlas, educar a la población y al día siguiente liberarlas en buen estado. Esta divulgación que llevamos a cabo la aprovechamos en las propias sueltas, ya que, como pueden ver, asiste bastante gente que está muy interesada en verlo porque es un acto muy bonito y elegante. Y aprovechamos para concienciar a los estudiantes, a otras asociaciones que nos acompañan, como Naturaleza al Rescate, de la que igual también hablaré a continuación, para concienciarles sobre cómo actuar en caso de ver a una de estas aves, que es bastante sencillo, las recoges y llamas a emergencias. Y además podemos inculcar a los propios ciudadanos que pasan por ahí, ya que estas sueltas se realizan en zonas públicas donde puede haber cualquier viandante. Por ello, muchos se acercan a preguntar qué animal es, qué estamos haciendo, de dónde han salido y a dónde van, a lo que les contestamos con todo lo que les he contado ya hasta ahora. Y bueno, al final este es nuestro objetivo. El vídeo no creo que salga, si lo pueden poner. Ahí. Eso es al final lo que aspiramos, que las pardelas vuelvan a volar. Ahí estamos viendo si realmente se encuentra capacidad, podemos ver que sí y que efectivamente vuelan. Ahí parece que se desvió un poco, pero luego vuelve a su trayectoria. Podemos encontrar muchísimas de estas. En una época de liberación podemos encontrar decenas de pardelas por cada noche en pequeños tramos de la isla. Y a continuación vamos a hablar del simulacro de varamiento que tuvimos, que fue llevado a cabo gracias a la actuación del Instituto Universitario de Sanidad Animal y del Centro de Recuperación de Fauna del Cabildo. Primero lo realizamos con un taller teórico y después con un taller práctico que realizamos en la playa, como pueden ver. Esto lo consideramos de suma importancia, ya que, como seguramente ya sepan, Canarias es un punto caliente de biodiversidad en el mundo y contamos con hasta 30 especies de cetáceos en nuestras costas, tanto migrantes como estacionarias. Por ello, creemos que es de mucha importancia que tanto los ciudadanos como el personal veterinario y asociaciones medioambientales sean capaces de saber cómo actuar en caso de que varee un animal. Podemos ver toda la gente que asistió, casi todos son compañeros veterinarios, aunque también vinieron trabajadores del Centro de Recuperación de Fauna, del Instituto Universitario de Sanidad Animal y de Naturaleza al Rescate, con los que solemos trabajar bastante. Podemos ver fotos del taller teórico, que fue un par de orillas, y luego ya llevamos a cabo la actuación en la playa, donde usamos colchonetas hinchables de orcas para simular como si fuera un cetáceo vivo, donde le tomamos las constantes vitales, les íbamos hidratando, usamos toallas para simular que no les diera una insolación. Y al igual que con las pardelas, sirvió para que la gente que estaba en la playa, porque también fue una playa pública, fue aquí en La Laja, en Las Palmas, se fueran acercando, preguntando qué están haciendo, cómo debo actuar yo, así que aprovechamos y de nuevo, como pueden ver, creo que en esta foto se distingue, estaba cercado el recinto que estamos usando, como se haría en un caso real, y aprovechamos para decir a la gente cómo tienen que hacer. No te saques fotos con el animal, no grites, no dejes que el perro se acerque, que el niño se le suba y, por supuesto, llama a emergencias, que ellos saben actuar. Ya finalmente, una de las actuaciones que hemos llevado a cabo de conservación ha sido una presentación de proyecto a nuestra facultad de veterinaria en el campus de Cardones para llevar a cabo una reintroducción de flora autóctona y endémica en nuestros jardines, parterres y terrenos verdes o marrones, pues algunos están un poco deshabitados. Ahí puede que esté en proceso de aprobación, pero ya se aprobó, estamos pendientes de conseguir la flora. Y bueno, nuestro objetivo es básicamente propiciar una mejora en la vegetación de nuestra zona, evitando la flora introducida, competidora y invasora. He puesto algunos ejemplos que tenemos en nuestra facultad. Esta fue la portada del proyecto que presentamos. Tenemos como especie invasora el ágave americana, que el ambiente de Canarias es muy propicio para ellos y por tanto se reproduce con muchísima facilidad en cualquier zona montañosa, lo podemos encontrar abundantemente y junto a una especie potencialmente invasora como es el ágave atenuata, mucha gente cree que es una especie canaria, que es una especie endémica y autóctona cuando no es así. Son introducidas de México y aquí son un grave problema ya que compiten con muchas otras especies de las que ahora hablaré. Otro problema son las plantas del género Euphorbia, que son muy usadas ornamentalmente. Es muy normal tenerlas en casa, en un patio, en un jardín. Y aquí compiten con los Euphorbias endémicos que tenemos, como es el cardón canario, el que ahora les enseñaré. Esto es más o menos un esquema sencillito de lo que pretendemos conseguir, empezando con algunas plantas, pues las más representativas o más decorativas que pueden servir y que seguramente vean en estos días que estén aquí quienes no sean del archipiélago. Podemos encontrar el cardón canario, los verodes, veroles o vejeques, las tabaibas, las siemprevivas, las aulagas y las tabaibillas. Por ejemplo, nuestra variedad es mucho mayor. Y la presencia de estas plantas, tanto de sus hojas, sus frutos, sus propias flores, pueden promover la presencia de animales autóctonos y endémicos de aquí, que al final es mucho más nuestro objetivo como veterinarios. Tenemos algunos ejemplos también representativos, por supuesto, hay decenas y centenas de animales que se verían beneficiados, pero pues algunos más llamativos, como puede ser el abejorro canario, que puede polinizar plantas como los verodes o los vejeques, el lagarto canario, que al ser una especie omnívora puede alimentarse de los frutos de las tabaibas, la esfinge de las tabaibas, que por supuesto su estado larvario se alimenta de las hojas y de los tallos de las tabaibas, y otros polinizadores como las vanesas o la mariposa monarca, que cada vez vemos en descenso en nuestras islas. También el longicornio de los cardones, que se alimenta de la materia muerta producida por estas plantas, lo cual es muy bueno, ya que así podemos mantener limpio el ecosistema. Y ya finalmente la presencia de estas especies bajas en la cadena trófica permitiría la presencia de animales ya más depredadores, más característicos y para mucha gente más atractivos, como puede ser el cernícalo común, la lechuza común, murciélago montañero, el mosquitero canario, el canario silvestre y el ratonero. El lagarto canario no es una rata que esté dos veces, ya que como es omnívoro también se beneficia de los invertebrados que acudan a nuestro campus. Y por supuesto, como ya hemos dicho, nos centramos mucho en la enseñanza. Aunque la mayoría de ella está dirigida al personal veterinario y a la educación, como los ejemplos que mostré antes, también consideramos muy importante la educación sobre la conservación, ya que no podemos pretender conservar algo si no sabemos cómo conservarlo. Por ello, hemos presentado diversas ponencias y próximamente lo haremos en un congreso que tenemos en un par de días justo, en el que hablaremos de medicina, investigación y conservación de fauna marina. Algunos ejemplos de estos son patologías en aves marinas silvestres. Aquí tenemos una fotito de la pardela justo, que siempre está presente. Proyectos de investigación y conservación de tiburones y rayas en España. Y esta fue la última charla que tuvimos, que fue la semana pasada, de ecología, biología y conservación de las asmobranquios en el Atlántico nororiental. Una charla súper interesante y muy bonita, la verdad. Bueno, nosotros realmente, como ya dijimos, llevamos un año activos simplemente, así que queremos aprovechar para presentarles varias actividades que han hecho nuestros compañeros de la península y que nosotros pues todavía no hemos tenido el placer de poder realizar y que nos gustaría muchas de ellas copiárselas. Tenemos colocación de casas nidos para las aves silvestres y urbanas para protegerlas de las inclemencias del tiempo, avistamientos de aves salvajes, todo esto realizado por Zaragoza. Desde Córdoba tenemos limpiezas de las riberas del río, avistamientos de aves de río, todos los realizaron en la misma jornada, y una ponencia sobre herramientas moleculares y genéticas para la conservación del lince ibérico, que es una mezcla bastante buena entre el papel veterinario, como es la genética, y la conservación de una especie tan bonita, importante y amenazada como es el lince ibérico. Finalmente, desde Valencia, conservación de aves rapaces nocturnas, y de Cáceres, intervención veterinaria en fauna salvaje en el estado de libertad. Y ya para terminar, algunas instituciones de conservación con las que hemos colaborado, como pueden ser el Cabildo de Gran Canaria, concretamente Medio Ambiente, especialmente con el Centro de Recuperación de Fauna, con quien hemos compartido experiencias de las pardelas, del varamiento de los cetáceos, el IUSA, que es el Instituto Universitario de Sanidad Animal, que también ha colaborado con nosotros e hizo posible muchas de nuestras actividades. Naturaleza al Rescate, otra asociación que, como nosotros, tiene objetivos de conservación y actúa muchísimo con animales salvajes. Stop Culebra Real, que es la asociación que se encarga de ir a recoger y encargarse de las culebras reales que encontramos en nuestro archipiélago y son un problema para la conservación de nuestras especies autóctonas. Canarionejos, que no está directamente relacionado con la conservación, pero al retirar conejos salvajes del medio salvaje, curarlos y darles un buen hogar, también están propiciando la extracción de especies invasoras del medio. Red Promar, que es una institución que se encarga de propiciar a que los ciudadanos hagan avistamientos de animales marinos y los publiquen en su propio base de datos, donde los expertos les confirman si efectivamente es eso, facilitando así la identificación de las especies y conociendo sus zonas, su ubicación y su estado de conservación. Por ejemplo, si yo voy a la playa y me encuentro un angelote, puedo fotografiarlo, subirlo y que un experto, un biólogo, o alguien de ciencias del mar me diga efectivamente es esa especie. Y finalmente el poema del mar, que sabemos que hay debate con el tema de los zoológicos y de los acuarios, pero es cierto que tiene una parte muy importante de conservación y con nosotros ha colaborado bastante, y de hecho es donde se va a realizar nuestro próximo congreso. Y eso sería todo, muchísimas gracias y ya si tienen alguna pregunta yo estaré encantado de contestárselas.
¿En español o en inglés? No sé. Vale, en español va a ser.
Vale.
Muchas gracias por todo. Te quería preguntar sobre la culebra. Es la culebra, se llama, ¿no? La serpiente californiana esa.
Sí, culebra real, culebra californiana, sí.
Vale, te quería preguntar, porque la pardela entendí más o menos el procedimiento, que es,
sí.
Me imagino, la recoges y llamas al Seprona.
Sí,
¿no?
o al 112, sí, con quien
Vale.
puedas.
Con la californiana me imagino que el procedimiento es un poco diferente. ¿Nos podrías explicar un poquito?
Realmente el procedimiento sería... ¿Responde en español o en inglés? Español, vale. Realmente el procedimiento es similar. Si tú presencias una, lo primero que tienes que hacer es llamar a emergencia, donde ya ellos se movilizarán y acudirán a actuar propiamente. Es cierto que hay muchas personas que no lo consideran así y el primer acto que hacen en cuanto ven una serpiente es coger una piedra o un palo y matarla en el acto. Y es algo súper común en las islas, incluso que se aplaude y que por supuesto no consideramos que sea correcto, ya que al final son animales y por muy invasores que sean merecen una muerte digna y no morir apaleados. Entonces es cierto que si es una persona con conocimientos capacitada podría recoger esa serpiente, ponerle una caja, un saco, pero para una persona normal lo adecuado es mantener la distancia, aunque no sean venenosas ni constrictoras, y mantenerla vigilada para que no se vaya y llamar a emergencias que ellos se encargarán.
Gracias.
Nada, a ti.
Okay, then now we are going to proceed with the schedule. We have a coffee break now, and we will be back as in the schedule at 11:05. I'm going to take this moment to remind all the students for all the 8 universities that the open call for the ambassador is still open. So I'm going to just let it there. Hello, everybody. We are going to keep going, okay? We are going to move aside a little bit from the scientific perspective, and we are going to move to what sustainability is, what universities can do, and especially what students can do. What can we get from all that? So we are going to give the word to Luana Martín Russo from the University of Viadrina, with his talk titled Higher Education as a Sustainability Catalysis, from Compliance to Engagement.
Thank you very much. We started today by being told that here is a paradise. Welcome to paradise. We were welcomed to paradise, and it really feels like that. And I have to say that I'm very impressed of the place. I'm very impressed of the university and of this student initiative. And yeah, I'm very proud to be part of it and to present to you the model, or to pitch to you the model we developed as Sustainability Experience Lab. Sustainability Experience Lab is an academic spin-off from working mostly or primarily with the public sector, supporting them in their sustainability action and communication, or strategy development and communication, through an approach that emphasizes experiential learning and storytelling. But you will understand what I mean throughout this presentation. We are a team of two postdoc political scientists, both graduates at the Viadrina, EU law expert and Europeanization expert, that would be me, and my colleague Linda Walter, communications expert. And this combination is also very visible in everything we do. My presentation today is actually an invitation for universities to become or assume a mentoring role, become role models for sustainable action beyond what they are doing at the moment, and become role models for the private sector, if you want, and show the private sector that actually deep and wide engagement means easy compliance. But before we see the potential of universities to have an impact beyond their borders, beyond academic borders, let's take it the classical university way, and with the terminology. What do we understand when we talk about, what do we understand from sustainability? When we talk about sustainability, we talk about lots of things at once. Integrity in the business conduct, we talk about all the ecological aspects we saw today, and also social aspects as well. We talk about diversity, we talk about communities, we talk about access, workforce. Probably the structure you are most familiar with is the structure of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals that have to do with all these chapters I just mentioned. And in order to animate a bit the atmosphere here, and in order to emphasize the idea that it's important to understand sustainability, to understand all its aspects, and in order, not least, to avoid misconceptions, let us refer to the climate misconception study. I just have a sneak peek out of the study, but I invite you to go to gapminder.org to have the whole study. Now, we just have a couple of questions, so please join me in at menti.com, and you will be asked for a code, and you have the code there, or you can scan the QR code. Until you do this, I will just explain you what's the deal with the monkey. So this study was conducted in the Nordic states, and what they realized is that the level of misconceptions about climate change is very, very high, to that degree that actually people score worse than monkeys. If you would have a monkey or a person with closed eyes picking randomly the correct answers, it would score better. So let's see where you are, how you score. Yes, we go to this. Okay, we have already some votes. But can you click back to the first question? That's the third question. Jorge? Ah, no, I can click back. Wait a second. No, I can do it. Ah, yes. Okay, so that's the first question. And as we are here talking about sustainable action at a university, the question refers to how much you think fossil fuel companies invest in research and development. You can see there that companies in electronics and pharma, they invest 12%. Okay. So you don't see it because it's, I would ask you, Jorge, please to move your mouse a bit from the, no? Just move the mouse from, yes, that's, okay, back to the first question. So, the majority of you think around 3% is invested in research and development. You will be surprised to know that it's actually 0.3%. And you may also be surprised to know that it's actually 80% of the people, 82% of the respondents get this question wrong. So we have a better impression of the fossil fuel companies than the reality shows. If you want to vote on the second question, how much that's about how much we see climate change as a threat or as a risk, how much you think, what percentage of the people? That's very nice. That really, that's really in the line shown by the study conducted in the Nordic countries. The correct answer is about 80%. About 80% of people in developed countries think that climate change is a risk, but also 80% of the people get this answer wrong. Why is this relevant? It's because we do think that climate change is a risk, but we do not see that we are all united in this belief. And this apparent conflict between what we think is our own mind different than the mind of everybody else sometimes prevents us from acting. And now the third question, please vote, or you already voted on that. Okay, that's not in the Gapminder study, that's from me to check a bit where you score in the monkey limit. And yes, I think, yes, the majority of you think it's since the 19th century. I think we can go back to the presentation, because in the presentation you will see the answer. Yep. Also, a large number of you think that it's since the mid-20th century. We can go to the presentation. Jorge? Yes. Until we reach the presentation, I want to thank you for taking this. I hope you enjoyed this and really go to the Gapminder and see all the nice questions they have. So, the right answer, and now a bit of a timeline how we arrived to talk about sustainability, what we talk about when we talk about sustainability. Yes, it started in the 17th century, early 18th century, with some studies that were actually dealing with forestry. And it was the first one is a British landscape architect who was talking about the risk of depleting the forest or timber resources. The second one is an authority in mining, also warning about the same issue. though both of them in connection to some ideas you would not think is, or you would not connect to sustainability today. The first one was warning that the lack of timber may prevent the British fleet, or may damage the British fleet, and this means they could not win wars. And the second one was talking about the impact of the lack of wood as a resource for silver mining and metallurgy. Another important step was the publication of the Silent Spring, which promoted the idea of caring for nature, and there it was about pesticides, indiscriminate pesticides use, and the idea of harming humans and nature without too much concern, and this led to the prevention of the use of DDT in agriculture. Very important step into bringing sustainability into the political language was with the Club of Rome and the report on limits of growth, which somehow promoted the idea or the challenge posed by uncontrolled growth on a limited planet. Probably the definition you all know is the definition that came with the Brundtland report, Our Common Future, and that's the definition of taking care of the needs of today without preventing the future generations to cater for their own needs. This influenced the whole development that came, and also proposed an idea of combining environment, which was a social and ecological environment, with the idea of development, seen not only in terms of development countries need to do something for themselves, but in terms of all the community of countries need to do something for our common goal. So this idea of environment, development, and human well-being that influenced all the developments afterwards, including the 8 Millennium Goals, which were then in 2015 became the 17 Sustainable Development Goals you know today. An important aspect was the Kyoto Protocol, which was the first treaty binding in terms of emissions, which then was taken the same idea to limit climate change and global warming at the Paris Agreement. And now I'm finishing with this. The Paris Agreement is also maybe worth mentioning. It's relevant because it was the first binding treaty that was binding for the community of nations, for several nations. What followed, at least at European Union level, is a number of several legislative acts that are binding for the members of the Union, of the European Union. And they start with the Green Deal, which is more of a strategy, and then you have the Fit for 55, limiting CO2 emissions by 2030, in comparison, limiting 55% of the emissions by 2030 in comparison to 1990. And yeah, the taxonomy, that's standards for sustainability for the financial sector. One thing I would want to highlight is this CSRD. That's a regulation that it develops like an umbrella regulation of the European Union, and the importance of it is that it makes a step out of this carbon tunnel vision we started to develop since the Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Agreement. Climate change is important, but it's important also to have a holistic approach of sustainability in legislation as well. I will come back to that, you will see. But already, oh, wait a second. already here, it was obvious how important science is. Yeah, it started with studies, it unfolded, IPCC was created in the middle of this timeline. It's important, science was always important for the development of the political and legal language. However, it's important also that universities have an impact, develop an impact beyond science. Beyond what they can do through research and studies. And they actually started to do that in the world and in Europe as well. They started to green their curriculum, to propose a bit more subjects that push towards sustainable development. They started to care for their environmental protection on the campus through resource management, reducing emissions on the campus, measuring emissions on the campus in order to reduce them, reducing waste, reducing water consumption. Then you have sustainable criteria being applied for in investment and in procuring in universities, and you have already networks of universities for sustainable action. There are, however, certain challenges. You have a lack of standardization. It looks like each and every university has its unique approach to sustainability, which then is or not published. But then this uniqueness of our sustainability measures makes things harder makes it harder for them to act in concert. There are good examples, like for instance in Italy, you have a network of sustainable universities, and a lot of Italian universities are bound by the guidelines published by this network. However, we need to go beyond the national boundaries. You have very diverse approaches that some focus on policy and having policies at the university, some focus more on the curriculum, again, it's not consistent. Again, you have also in Germany a network of universities for sustainable action that promotes a whole institution approach that goes through research, teaching, but also operational management on the campus, and goes also into the transfer of research into the society. Again, there it's not a lot. It's about, I mean, the level of engagement in this network is about 15% among the universities in Germany. And then you have a limited public access to these forms of engagement. In Sweden, for instance, already since 1996, through the amendment passed to the Environmental Code, universities or the entire public sector needed to publish or to assess their sustainability credentials and bring this into the results into reports. However, the reports are not always publicly available. They can be internal reports, or the chapter of sustainability can be part of a large integrated report, which makes it less visible. Also in Spain, this is also illegal. Here is also a legal mandate since 2023. Universities are bound to observe sustainable development goals, but here you have also a high heterogeneity in terms of universities and regions. So there is a need to tackle these challenges, and also, while doing that, focus on key aspects suggested by universities themselves. Embedding sustainability in the institutional identity. Many of them highlight the value orientation and the fact that sustainability is connected to a sense of responsibility, bottom-up engagement, like we see today, an event organized by students that's very much needed and seen in a very good light by universities and requested, and this holistic approach emphasizing the fact that sustainability is a transdisciplinary, cross-sectoral, and intercultural, has an intercultural nature. Okay, so what we propose is not to invent a new framework. That's the framework we propose, but it's not new. It's an existing legal framework. What you see here is are again the CSRD chapters, and with all of the sub-chapters that are connected to all of these 10 chapters. And what we propose is for universities to align themselves with this legal framework. That's the legal framework that binds the public sector, the private sector. Now, currently, the largest companies are bound by this law to report their credentials. However, also smaller companies start to observe this law because it's requested for funding purposes, or in order to be granted authorities, you have to also provide such data. So why not starting already voluntarily to gather this data and to publish such data? That's what we think. That's why we think adopting this framework or aligning with this framework on a voluntary basis would be very good for universities as well. So what we propose is a law-driven approach to sustainability in universities on a voluntary basis. Why is this relevant? It makes universities fit for the future. In case in 10 years from now, all organizations, private and public, will be required to publish such data, the universities will already be aligned with the umbrella regulation of the European Union. They can also, through this, they have a chance to be drivers of positive change, to show how it's done, to show a level of bottom-up engagement and a different way of doing things that would be relevant for the private sector as well. And yes, it's aligned with what you call in Spain the socially responsible university model, where you have 4 types of impacts, internal and external. It's not only the impact you have on your own students through teaching. It's not only the impact you have with research, external impact you have with research, but everything in between. The internal impact you have on the people on your campus through creating an environmental and social pleasant atmosphere, and the broad social impact you can create with this. Let me emphasize why, again, why we think, or in different ways, why we think that this framework is useful. This framework is useful because it's a report. I mean, you would wonder why adopting a reporting framework and not a management scheme, for instance, for sustainability. And the answer is a reporting framework combines action and communication, and we really believe in this overlap of action and communication. Action without communicating has very little impact, and communication without action, that's greenwashing. So it's this framework that allows this combination of ambition and vision. We think that reporting is a form of responsible communication to all of the stakeholders. And that's what we call a fact-based storytelling. A report is the story of your organization's sustainability. And in order for you to tell this story, you need to have a lot of data. You cannot just tell a story like that in a report. So you need to gather all this data and measure all this data, and then tell the story while knowing all the details and how all these details are relevant for the individual stakeholders, and being able to engage with them in a very meaningful dialogue. Also, a reporting standard brings or puts a focus on organizational accountability and takes a step back from individual accountability. Individual accountability is good, it changes cultures, it changes mindsets, ways of doing things. However, it's organizations that have a meaningful impact. In order for this to be clear, it's a difference between a university with sustainable people and a sustainable university. I think you agree with that. It's a higher level of transparency that comes with the report. You not only have to say what you do good, but also what you cannot do at the moment and why, justify why you prioritize. The chapters, there are so many, and the measures to be taken are so many that you cannot take everything, but you have some reasons why you take some measures before others. And then, of course, thinking from the emerging future, thinking also what you cannot do today, but you will be probably, hopefully, be doing in the near future. A very important concept in this framework is the concept of double materiality, and that's it pushes organizations to think in this double way. Not only how I affect the environment, human and ecological I mean, but also how the environment affects me, and assess risks and opportunities. What is the actual impact I have, and what is the potential impact in the future, and then positive action and negative. Probably you know the footprint idea of diminishing carbon footprint, but diminishing a footprint or a negative impact does not necessarily equal with creating a positive impact. So somehow it's a push of creating a positive change. And another reason why that's the holistic approach I already mentioned, tackling all these aspects together and all the aspects in concert. We saw already today in the morning how important it is to think about the protection of marine life in connection with climate change, in connection with biodiversity. So all of these aspects taken together, they make it a very useful framework not to lose some aspects of sustainability. What we did was to take ISO standards, GRI standards, and reports from universities and cluster them according to all of these chapters. What you see, they are very, very tiny. There are on every chapter, on the top is the chapter, on the left are all the sub-chapters subsumed to this chapter, and then solutions, what universities could do for each and every of these aspects. I cannot rush you through this, I wanted to, but I think we don't have time, so I just pick and choose one solution out of one subchapter out of a few chapters. So if you want, in what regards your business conduct, if you want to push for more sustainability among public or regional authorities, then you may want to encourage them to establish a sustainable research award and somehow give a prize to your researchers for sustainability research. In what regards end users, that's the students for a university, use gamification to teach and raise awareness in a fun way about sustainability. In order to protect biodiversity, you can have nature, develop nature walk routes or silent spaces to raise awareness while people work and enjoy nature in the same time. I spoke about why, I spoke about what, you just saw the what part, and now let me talk briefly about how to do this in order that it moves. And in order to do that, let me refer to the metaphor of the rider and the elephant. That's Haidt, a psychologist, who said or argued that actually the rider, our mental behavior is like the rider on an elephant. The rider is our reason, our conscious reasoning. However, the elephant is the other 99% that guides the way we do things and why we do things. So he argues the rider is there to serve the elephant, and the elephant is moved rather by other elephants. So, in order to move things, you need to be an elephant whisperer, and that's what we intend to be. So our approach is experiential. We try to be serious and playful at the same time. And this is not to reduce complexity, not to say that everything is a game, but to make it a game in order to be able to, for people to relax and bring the complexity back after the game. And in order to do that, to make it more clearly, let me give you an example. Imagine that you would want to reduce electricity consumption on the campus. The way to appeal to the reason of people would be, we have these targets to reduce electricity consumption on campus. These are the targets, these are the guidelines you could follow, these are the results so far, and the expectation, of course, from your side that everybody on the campus would understand the common good of all to reduce energy, and they should do it. And now think of a gamified approach. Imagine that on your campus you have the different departments that enter in a competition. You build a competition, you publish the competition on all your channels, and you have a deadline, you have a baseline, you have winners. All the departments that reduce their consumption below the baseline, they are the winners. And you can have an exchange of the most creative, through photos or I don't know, of the most incredible ways of reducing energy consumption on the campus. And then you could also have a prize. The money you saved by reducing energy consumption could be fed back into the respective research, the winning research departments for research. And that's, the impact of this, it's I think, obvious. You have it makes sustainability or sustainable action personal and participatory. It helps engage and create a common movement, a common language, a common vision, and it sparks curiosity, motivation, emotional connection. And that's actually an example that is used at Freie Universität Berlin, and it's very successful. And now, in what communication is concerned, you have the same dichotomy between appealing to reason and appealing to the intuition. Think about it in the communication as well. We have a very facts-based communication. Even though nowadays, a fact-based communication, facts are relative and science is very much questioned. So the more effective way of engaging with people would be through a storytelling-based communication. And that's not to say that you just say stories, but through storytelling, you appeal to people's intuition, you bring them on board, and then you refer to the facts. So storytelling answers also deeper questions for the people they are in, and then you can fall back on the fact-based communication. Stories change minds more effectively than facts alone. They reduce defensiveness and inspire action. They are remembered and shared, and if they are genuine, they matter more than any polished campaign. And maybe you will remember my story. We are almost 1 year in Sustainability Experience Lab, and every time we tell people, hey, we are Sustainability Experience Lab, and we are engaging in promoting sustainable action, everybody's burdened, everybody's tired of hearing about sustainability. And that's, I mean, we expected sustainability is difficult, but we didn't expect such a fatigue and such a frustration every time you mention the name. So we thought, okay, maybe we change our name and we deal with sustainability without saying we are the Sustainability Experience Lab. But then we realized, okay, no, changing the way of doing things really helps. Changing the method really helps. And that's why we think that it's actually this method that brings hope. It's a method that this gamified and storytelling-based method engages the people in a different way. And it establishes, games and simulation games, they establish a lower threshold where people can experience before making any commitment. And yeah, it's a way of embracing complexity. Playing a game, having a simulation, you understand the fact that you all the time have priorities and trade-offs, you understand the consequences of your action, and you are better able to understand the whole picture of sustainability. And I think universities have a unique capacity to follow this. They are champions of engaging from bottom up. They are champions of having such methods in their classes, because they always work with teenagers. And they always embrace complexity. And because also they are future-oriented. They genuinely care for the next generations and for making a better future. And now, in the end of my presentation, how it all comes together online. I think it's a real need for universities to communicate their action in an effective and a timely manner. We are no longer in the time of paper reports, PDFs. I think even those universities that publish their sustainability action on their website, that will also be obsolete. We need to move in a different way and to open more channels that are more in tune with what happens nowadays. And imagine, for instance, a digital platform that connects all the best practices, connects everybody. It's and having a platform-based communication that shares best practices in a different way. Imagine the interactive tools you could have online, and imagine how you could have AI-powered measuring and interaction and AI-powered learning on this platform. The benefits are also clear. It would come to a coherent strategy for universities aligned with European law and informed by research, real-time knowledge sharing, and it would be open by design and driven from the ground up, allowing everybody to contribute and benefit. And if I convinced you, please join us in our effort to help universities to build a more resilient future for all of us. And I look forward for your question. I'm not sure how I am in time, but I am here, and you can approach me anytime.
So when it comes to curriculum of this education, do you think every student, regardless of their orientation and department, should receive the same education? Or there should be also an engineer should be educated differently, an economist should be educated differently, or a teacher should be educated differently? How would you approach this? Thank you.
Education, so if you have the education about sustainability should be done differently for teachers or students, for different groups?
No. Let's say within a university there are different departments, right? Within a university there are different departments: engineering, law, teaching, like teacher raising departments, also economics. So what would you think about preparing a curriculum that trains, educates people according to their departments and orientations? would that be more, let's say, effective?
Good idea. I think it's, as I've said, it has to be participatory, and I mean, you can draw the line where you want at a department level or at university level. Probably the whole society cannot join together to create some priorities. But I could imagine that each department can have their own priorities and their unique way of approaching. In some departments, it could be easier to approach things through education and science than actually doing something. In other departments, you could prioritize other of these 10 chapters. So yeah, I think it can be a unique approach if you just use this unique framework and then you reprioritize. I think the framework is so wide that gives everybody scope for to put their own action inside. So I think the action you have can be individualized, but still it's possible to use the same framework that is aligned also with the law. So then you are also fine in molding your own form of sustainability.
So thank you for your presentation. It was very interesting. I was very interested in the reporting scheme because I think it's something that could, help to achieve more sustainability in university. But as you said, communication without action is greenwashing, and that's the main issue with reports. For example, if we take business reports, they are full of words, okay, the company is committed to this, to that, on sustainability issues, and but in reality, they may have also not sustainable actions. And I think that it can be the same also with university if there is not a scheme, a control scheme. I don't know if you thought about in your project about this and what are the actions that you imagine.
I think it depends what you compare it with. Yeah, a report maybe, or we assume that a report is better than random communication on a website because it puts a bit more pressure into thinking all of the things and justifying why you do not observe these. So somehow it's a bit more pressure that you can communicate in whichever way you want. I completely agree, and that you can have shallow reports and that you can take the positive aspects more in front and put under the blanket the negative aspects, but still I think that having them out there for everybody to see, that's a huge step. And also doing it on a voluntary basis, I think this shows a different level of engagement. I mean, you would not want to engage voluntarily to publish a report that everybody would laugh about, that it's a silly report, it doesn't actually reflect anything.
Okay, hello. Thank you for your presentation. I'm Ameleila from West University of Timișoara, Romania. And what you presented here, it's a very good model. And I don't know how many universities already you get in contact with to put this together, and I want to connect to his idea to get some EU funds and to propose and to here it's an association of university. I'm part from another UNITA alliance of university. Have you think to propose your plan, because I think it's very good, and also with the new technologies, this platform will also get more competitiveness among universities, no? So to try to develop a bigger project and to propose to the different universities to do this and to enlarge the network, I think you could have a chance, because the idea that you presented, it's very, very good. Thank you.
That's the plan.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
I thank you all very much, and see you at the lunch coffee around. Okay, so next we are going with Cristina Cela Gutierrez from here, from the University of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria, and she is going to talk again about the part more social of sustainability, how we interact with each other, and I think it's very interesting. And the title is Within Your Horizon, International Cooperation Through Sustainable Tourism.
Hello, good morning or good afternoon already, everyone. I hope you are enjoying this forum. Very interesting, everything which is being presented here. And I am very grateful and thankful to be here today, to have been invited, or that my proposal has been interesting for someone and told me, yes, come here today. So I'm going to be, probably my presentation is going to be something a little bit different, because I'm not going to talk about a project. I'm going to talk about my personal experience as a tourist, but in a different way. Probably you have already tried it or experienced yourself, or not. I'm going to talk a little bit about that. I'm not going to be sponsoring anyone or marketing anyone, so I'm not going to talk about the travel agencies. Those travel agencies I've traveled with, they are not actually, they are not travel agencies. There's only one person travel agency. Most of them are social cooperators or social carers that decided to quit their jobs after visiting developing countries and really living there and watching the necessities, the real and the basic necessities. And they decided to change their lives, their jobs, and to begin a new way in their life. So I'm talking about people such like us, who decided to contribute and make a little change in the society, being more sustainable and to keep or to promote sustainable tourism practices. Okay, so I'm going to begin. What we are going to talk here, there are three main concepts I'm going to talk about, and the first one is international cooperation. The second one is volunteer and travel, and sustainable tourism, which are all, at least the two last concepts are totally connected. Well, the first one is is international cooperation. This is the big name, and there are all these practices, or the other two practices I'm going to talk about later. But what is international cooperation? Well, the World Trade Organization in 2002 gave this definition for international cooperation: involves countries around the world collaborating and address issues and achieve common goals. And it encompasses a wide range of activities, from humanitarian aid to peace promotion. So, but why is international cooperation such an important issue nowadays in our today's society? Well, first of all, because together we are stronger. Together we can get farther and we can achieve more things. And the first thing is address global challenges, such as a few years ago when we have to tackle with the coronavirus. So together we were stronger. And also now to the committed issue today, climate change, global warming, any health crisis, any economic crisis, together we can deal better, we can find better solutions, and we are more focused, and we have more possibilities. Also promote economic growth, especially if we make efforts for those who especially need it the most. And those developing countries, those areas where resources, or there's a lack of access to resources, or rural areas where it's difficult to achieve or to bring materials and basic products. Foster cultural exchange, and this is one of the points or of the issues I'm going to talk a little bit more later. And it's interesting when we are traveling to interact with all the cultures, to get to know all the people, all the traditions, because that makes open our mind and our understanding. And of course, we will get more respectful if we understand the other cultures and other traditions. And of course, if we do that, or in doing so, we will have a peaceful world if we try to understand the others and respect their local manners and customs. Another thing we get with international cooperation is that we, as we are here today, we are building stronger networks beyond borders. We are here today addressing climate change altogether and trying to look for ways to fight against climate change or to speak up for sustainability, and that makes us stronger. Another thing is we can fight, if we are together, we can fight with or against targeted emergencies and threats. For example, natural disasters, disease outbreaks, such as coronavirus, as I said before, or terrorist attacks, cyber attacks, okay. And finally, another point I'm going to talk about a bit more is share knowledge and expertise. In traveling and in getting in touch with other cultures, we are exchanging our minds, our personalities, our traditions, and we are expanding our knowledge and expand others' knowledge. And this is the most enriching thing you can get from a trip abroad, actually. From different cultures, especially if they are very, very different. And those are the things we are going to talk now a little bit more. And I'm going to get to the core of my presentation, and is how can we contribute to all this international cooperation thing, which sounds very polite, but we can, as individuals, we can do pretty little things which are going to be will have a great impact on the communities, on the society, and of course not only that, but also in ourselves. Okay, so let's go. The first thing is sustainable tourism, and the second thing, they are very much interconnected. That's why they are together. And solidarity tourism. That's the kind of tourism I've been practicing in the last 4 years now, and for me, it has changed a little bit my mind. It has opened my mind. It has given me really too much, or not too much, but much. And that's the way I really like to travel. Probably is because of me being very intercultural related, languages, traveling abroad. But for me has been something very warming and very heartbreaking, actually, living with people from other communities and being welcomed by other countries and their people and their culture. So they are so open. So let's go. So the first thing is sustainable tourism, and the formal definition is that sustainable tourism is conceived as leading to management of all resources in such a way that economic, social, and aesthetic needs can be fulfilled while maintaining cultural integrity, essential ecological process, biological diversity, and life support systems. Well, that's the formal definition, okay? Again, given by the World Trade Organization. But now, putting in our own words and making it simple, sustainable tourism is a very complex concept because it's evolving. It's something quite new, actually. We don't even know sustainable, as Luana said before, sustainability, all the time talking about that, but what is it exactly, okay? And in these presentations or in relation to tourism, it's quite simple. We can do very little things, and we are creating a very great impact on these societies. So the basic idea is to meet the needs of us as tourists visiting a new country and getting to know new cultures and taking pictures and all the tourist things with the host regions, with those countries hosting us for our holidays. And at the same time, trying to be protective, so protecting and enhancing the opportunities for the future in interchanging or in this exchange of knowledge, of expertise, and of good practices. The benefits have a great impact or a direct impact in the environment, because when you travel or when you try to achieve sustainable things, sustainable manners, actually, you have a great impact, or you will be very careful with being the least harmful as possible with the environment, for example, to be aware of recycling in countries where, for example, recycling is not an option, because there are not, they don't even have the basic things to survive every day, like drinkable water, for example. So what are you talking about plastic, about recycling, what it is, what is the environment, okay? So these kind of things, so you are trying to commit and to exchange minds with the locals. Also, economy. If you travel in a sustainable way, the thing is that you don't go to a 5-star hotel, for example. It's that you live within the community, with families, with their own lodges, hosted by the locals, for example. So this way you are contributing to the circular economy, and this economy is going back or is being invested in the region to have a better future. The same thing is with social aspects. We exchange our traditions, our cultures. We open each other's mind, okay, by seeing different things, not only us bringing different things for them, but also them bringing a lot of many things to us, such as happiness. And there's no need to live with material things. The only material thing is health and being happy, actually. You don't need anything else. And finally, culture. This is very important because we learn how to travel in a very respectful way, accepting what other people's beliefs are and trying to be part of them with respect. Okay, and what is solidarity tourism? Well, this is very new, actually. There's no even a concept. In Spanish, it's viaje solidario. In English, it was for me difficult to find something like that. So this is quite a literal translation, actually. But this is a kind of trip where you also, or is a combination of tourism and volunteering, or volunteering and travel, okay? And that was the perfect way for me to travel in the last few years. And this is a way of traveling that combines tourism with volunteering or with participation or taking part in the community, in community projects or in the community progress to provide them with a better future. It's a little contribution, you are doing nothing, but at least you are doing something. So this little thing you can do, you can bring, for example, or every day you spend, for example, in an orphanage with children playing and showing them different things. For them, it's going to be the world. Okay. So it goes beyond traditional sightseeing. It's not like I am visiting things, I am making tourism, taking pictures. Yes, of course, we are doing that also. But not the only thing. So what we do is we support communities. So we visit families, we stay at family houses, at family lodges. We try to raise awareness about social and environmental issues. As I explained before, where you get to a community where they have a shortage, a very big or huge shortage of the basics, such as drinkable water or hygienic materials or products, it's difficult to make them understand that sustainability is an important issue in our today's world. So you try we are not trying to educate anyone, of course not. It's in their culture just to promote or show good practices which could be interesting or could be make their future or their community a little bit better, okay? Promote the importance of education and working skills as the cornerstone for progress. And this is especially oriented to girls and women, especially, which are the minorities, not the minorities, but the most affected groups. Female groups are the more affected group by these two things, by education, and also is the key for them to progress and probably to have a better life without the barriers of their traditions. And the other thing is we take action while we are traveling. We take action in the local projects, for example, schools reconstructions or I don't know, visits into different hospitals, trying to see what the necessities they have, and we try to provide them with these things there with our own money, collecting our own money from the group and giving them to those teachers, hospitals, schools directly. Okay, we don't give money, so we give it in another way, in the way they need it, and of course. This is my personal experience, as I told you before, and how was this contribution, or how do we contribute to that? Well, everything began actually in Bali, and then in the south of India. It began with a yoga retreat, actually, but it was a yoga retreat with the community, so with the families, enjoying with the locals, and that makes a difference for me, because I said, okay, I could help, I could do more, and I need to look for another kind of another way of traveling. And that's how my journey began. Then I went to Kenya, and this one was this kind of solidarity tourism. And this one we visited 8 orphanages, a hospital, elephants rescue centers, and many things, all with this kind of objective behind, the objective of cooperation and investing our money as tourists in the locals and not in big enterprises from abroad, for example. Then I went to Gambia and Senegal. Then it went to Nepal. And in August, it goes to Uganda. And next April, it goes to Guinea-Bissau. In Uganda, we are, the project is finishing the construction of a 800 children school. And it's not only a school, there are also 80 dorms for orphanages, for children. Uganda, you know, is the first country, or the country with the most or the highest rate of orphanage. And this school gives the opportunity to at least 800 students to study there, to have a school in their own community, in a rural area, but also 80 of them will have their dorm, their room, to live there, okay? They have shelter. Okay, and that's one of the projects we will visit in August. Okay, but now I'm going to talk a little bit about, for example, I'm going to begin with the common practices, what we do when we travel. Well, the first thing is, and those are the practices we all can do, or we all can pursue if we want to travel this way a little bit in compliance with nature, with sustainability. Okay, so for example, is accommodation in lodges, hotels, hostels, houses run or managed by locals and families, for example. You are investing in their community, you are investing in someone's family directly, and also this is a very immersive experience, okay, because you are living with families, you are living with the culture, you are eating their food. So more, that's the most traditional thing you can do. That's the most immersion you can have. 100 fully immersion in the community. Oh, yes, now. Yeah, there you can see Senegal, and that's the place, the first place we stayed. That was run by a whole family of 14 people. And that's the living room. What you see there is the living room. That's the place, and the kitchen. That was the place where we ate our lunch for those 3 days we were there. Then we changed the place. But that's run by a family of 14 people. This is an example of a bedroom. This is an example of a bathroom. Yeah. And well, I haven't included the showers, but the showers are in the forest, opened in the forest, and that was extraordinary, actually. Well, it takes me 2 days to really have a shower and to decide to go to the forest to have a shower, but then it was extraordinary, the experience in the forest, to have a shower with cold water, of course, yeah, but it was so delightful, really, recommendable. Then another great thing we can do is shopping at the locals, at the local markets, and of course use the local people as tourist guides, as our guides during the trip, our drivers, and of course use the public transport, which is a very nice experience also. And this is all circular economy. Okay, we helped in the reconstruction, as I said before, of houses, of schools, the installation of water wells. There is also in Senegal, we just installed a new water well for the community. This is a very rural community, very rural area, and they didn't have a pump. Well, the pump they had, it was already a little bit broken, so they couldn't really get enough water for the daily doses. So we bought this water well, this appliance, and we installed all together with the community. Of course, then they invited us to have lunch with them. Then we were playing with the kids, playing with the family, have some conversations, exchange. Okay, oh, sorry. We visited orphanages and schools, and we contribute food servicing, bringing kids to schools, for example, or to hospitals. Workshops, especially about hygienic. Most of the workshops also educational, but also related to hygienic things, okay? Because most of the disease comes from water sanitation, for example, from lack of hygiene. And those are the most practices, things we try to show. So wash our hands, wash your hands, pay attention to the water you eat, or you drink, sorry. Things like that, which are basics, which are probably very essential for us. We give it for granted, but not in these cultures, not in these countries. And also, when we go to those places, we spend the day with them. We enjoy, we have playtime together, we exchange music, dances, many things. And then what I bring from my house or from my country, for example, if not buying it there, I bring 2 suitcases, and those are for them. So the 2 suitcases I bring with me or I take with me, those are full of the necessities, the basic necessities. So I talked to the project a few weeks earlier, before the trip, and they told me, well, we are having lack of or shortage of school material or, I don't know, hygienic products. So I try to put in my suitcase all the things they need. And when I get there and I go to the school, I give them the scholar material, the school material. When I go to the hospital, I give them the medicines, and that's everything. You give it to the person in charge. It's not donating money that you don't see where it goes. It's there, you are there, you give it and you share it, and then they invite you to see all the facilities, to stay with them. You are so welcome. And of course, finally, the intercultural exchange and all the traditions. We had the opportunity to be in a Buddhist temple with a Buddha guy explaining us the importance of life, and many other things we exchange with the locals. Okay, then it went to Kenya. Well, I'm going to talk about particularly very little things or the highlights of each trip. The first one was in Kenya, and in Kenya we had the opportunity to lodge at the Masai Mara Natural Reserve Park. There is a lodge run by a Masai family, and given that this is a trip, a very, very little trip, they are trying to keep their traditions. And they have already been invaded by the Americans and many other cultures, trying to exploit safaris and so on. But actually the Maasais are the ones who really know the forest and who really know the Masai Mara Park to visit and to make the safaris. So the ideal thing is to really have this opportunity to stay with them. So we stay in a camp, living with them for 5 days. Of course, we went to safaris, but with the Maasais. So we were really walking around the species with them, with the Maasais, who really know how to deal in case of danger. Of course, this is, this is the welcoming dance all together, okay? And given that they are Christian, Catholic, we were invited to church, of course. We were invited to church, and we were the highlight in the Mass. So the priests take us to the stage and ask us to introduce ourselves. They welcome us. We played. We spent the day together as one more, as a family, as a whole family all together. Okay. Well, another very important thing is, and probably for me the most shocking, and although it's abolished, they still practice, the Masai Mara is a tribe that still practice the female cutting and mutilation, okay? And although this is abolished and they are punished with jail, they still try to do it. And there is a center, there is a hidden center, actually, a secret center for women and for girls, and I mean girls with 10 years old, no more, which are taken there because they have already suffered ablation or mutilation, or they have been abandoned by their families, and they are not able to go to school anymore, or even they have already a baby. Okay, so they are, if they go to the center, they are in a shelter, they have a place to stay, okay, because they are probably not more, if they are there, is because they have rejected their family and their situation, or probably because they have been taken apart from their families. So that's the way they have education. They have a place to bring their children and to still taking care of themselves and preparing themselves for the future with skills, working skills or education, training programs. And of course we were there. This is the name of the project, Caragirls. And of this trip in Kenya, the 7% of the amount of the price of the trip was given. We were a group of 12 people, so the 7% of the price was given to one of the projects we visited, and we decided to give this 5%, this 7%, which was like 587 euros, to this center, to this project, to the female and genital mutilation. And with this money, they bought a tank, a 500-liter tank for hot water to have a shower or a bath with hot water. And that was the highlight. Those are the Maasai women welcoming us in the center. Well, although it's difficult for us to understand, but most of these women are there because they are already very ill, or they have come to a point that they can no more, that they cannot resist the situation anymore. Because most of them, for them it's difficult to understand why they should be there, why mutilation is not good. They don't know the consequences of that. And some of them are really, have been rescued, but still they are still there, but don't really understand why, okay? So it's also difficult to change that, and we are not trying to change that. We are not trying to, but we are trying to give them the coverage they need when, for example, after the ablation or mutilation, they have an hemorrhage, for example, or a blood loss, and the families decide not to give the support they need, or they don't have the means to give them support, because they don't know that mutilation comes with a lot of risks for women, for girls. Okay, when we went to Senegal, the highlights there, we were in the maternity center, and we were collaborating with them, so we brought, or we bought there actually, very basic material, and very, for the immediate needs. I think there's a picture in here. You will see how a maternity is there. That's a maternity. Most of the women in Senegal, they don't go to a maternity hospital to the follow-up, okay? And if they go, they are punished. They have been punished by the government to visit every 3 months, to go to the doctor and to visit or to check their health state, okay? And they are also punished. If they are not coming to the 3 months visit, the police is coming to their homes, okay, to bring them. Okay, so it must, or they had to do it this way, because if not, they are not going to visit the doctor. And even they are giving birth at home. They give birth, we could see they gave birth a child, and 2 hours later, she was peeling potatoes in the kitchen at home after having given birth to a little baby. And of course, after that, after these things happened, probably most of the women are not, they are not healthy. They are suffering from the consequences of a birth. So that's the thing they try to avoid with this maternity center, which is very precarious, as you can see. And but that's the good thing we did this day, is to give them money there, exactly there on the desk. We put the money on the desk, and also we went to the markets to buy all the things they needed, most needed. And also there we were visiting a disabled center for women, because women in those countries are very apart. So if they are disabled, if they have any kind of health problem, so they are apart from the society, even from the family, from the husband and everything. So this is a shelter, a place where they can go every day, or where they can live, and they get education, they get workshops, they learn working skills, and they create things to buy them to tourism, for example, or for the house, for example. And they get education. Then it went to Nepal, and the highlight there, we collected money to supply orphanages, schools, and centers of widowed and abandoned women. The basics, and the basic is soaps, bottles of water, bed linen, sanitary pads, diapers for babies, pillows, bed linen, so really the basic things. We don't even think about a towel or water from the tap. So they are very precarious, and hygienic material, hygienic products in those countries are very, very expensive and difficult to get, because not everybody can afford them, and there are very little. So those basic things, and of course, we also bought chocolate for the children. And that's like, for us, I don't know, $1 million. A chocolate in a school in these countries is like, oh my God. Yeah, so that was another thing, okay? First the basic things, and the most urgent things, and then a little detail for the children. Of course, in markets, we help them to reconstruct the houses and some schools and health facilities, helping with our knowledges, or actually just being there and helping with something, and with the installation of another water pump. And a part of that, another percent of the amount we paid for the trip was given or was donated to 3 children, with 3 scholarships for children who wanted to study, or they were orphaned or were abandoned. They don't have any family or any means or any support, and we gave them a scholarship for to continue their education and during a whole academic year, and that was part of the money we paid for the trip. Well, and that's everything. But of course, that sounds like, oh, wow, what a trip. This is sad. Those are my holidays, and this is going to be like that. No, no, no. There's also tourism. As I said before, is solidarity tourism. It's also combined with tourism, with adventure, with history, with friendships, languages, traditions, food, nature and wildlife, beautiful sunsets, and of course, many, many, many pictures you will see now. Oh. I don't know why it's not coming. Oh, sorry, pardon me. They were just there in front of me. Okay, I don't know why. Okay, work, please. Well, it worked like that. Okay, so now are you ready after this speech? I hope you enjoyed, and it was not too much. Are you ready to widen your horizons and to discover the world in a different way? Because as I told you before, every little step, every little action you take means the world for others. So thank you so much for your attention, and I hope you enjoy it.
Thank you for your presentation. And I was wondering, how long did you go? Because when you do a trip like that, you're gonna go for a long time, and that's something that I wanted to do too. Like you're at school, you get to work, and you don't have the time, and especially in Europe and all the occidental countries in Europe, or we're following the American ways, and our life is really dictated by the time. And when we go on holidays, we just want to enjoy a little bit because we're overwhelmed with school, with work, and it's so cool that you get to do that. Because I lived in Africa for a bit, and we took a trip to Ghana, and it's so cool to discover the local things and not just go in a big resort with all inclusive. I mean, it's pretty cool too to go in a full resort and you get everything, but you see your holidays in a different way, and it's really good to be with the local because you're gonna discover some new thing, new experience, but you won't have the comfort. It's a different comfort, but it makes memories, and you get to know people, and then you come back and you help him, the little kids, and it's very good. But yeah, I just wanted to know how long did you go for all those trips, because it's amazing.
Okay, so well, actually, this is not a volunteering. Volunteering implies more time, which is of course more work, and that would be great if you have the time, if you have no work. But that's why I decided, okay, I cannot volunteer, I cannot get out of my job for 3 months or for 1 month to cooperate, really volunteer in a project. But I can find a way to mix holidays and solidarity. And so those trips were like 16 days each. 16 days, 20 days, no more. And Senegal, for example, was just 1 week because the project is, or the country and the places were a little bit little or more little, but around those 2 weeks, 3 weeks maximum. And yeah, you can do things. Of course, there's always an inspiration to say, okay, I would really like to be volunteering here for 1 month, because yeah, after 15 days, 14 days, it's like, oh, it's not enough. But of course, if you have the possibility, if you have the time to volunteer, to be part of a project, really, it would be ideal to be 1 month, 3 months, or even a year as a coordinator, for example, of a project.
Okay, so we have 3 persons I wanted to ask, and we are 20 minutes behind schedule. So I'm going to let just with these questions. I'm sorry to everyone. No, you and her that you asked before.
Actually, my comment is not for your personal experience, but I just wanted to have a reservation because I'm from Brazil, from a developing country, and this kind of tourism can be really problematic. So it can be perceived at a new form, a new colonialism, and even like a white savior strategy. So I would like to say that because, yes, you may think that's a great experience, but the kids there, you said like you spent a week. It's tourists after tourists spending a week and creating emotional attachment to kids and then going away. And even the way like, oh, they don't have this for somebody that's from a developing country, it's really, really demeaning.
Yeah, I agree with you totally, because this is the kind of tourism we are not giving, or we are not doing. We are not going there like we are the whites, and we are coming here to conquer this. It is not the idea. That's why we are living with them and spending the time with them. And they don't even know that we are bringing things for them, okay? So most of the kids. So we are very prevented with that. And that's the kind of tourism others do to get the picture, okay? Because we are not even allowed to get these pictures with them. So this is three persons I am traveling with are against this. We are not the idea, we don't have the idea we are the white, we are coming from Europe, and we are the developed, and we are going there to conquer the country because we are better. Of course not. This is not the idea, not at all. Not at all. We try to commit with them, we try to help them as much as we can. For example, one day, one teacher didn't appear because in Senegal, the teachers weren't paid, so we jumped in. So we spent the day with the kids, learning, teaching languages, playing. There also was one problem in a pregnant woman. She had some troubles and aches, and we decided to bring her to the hospital and to help her. And of course, a couple of weeks ago, one of the presidents, of the directors of the orphanage, got married. So we sent him a gift, a marriage gift. So I think it's kind of different what we do, as we say. And I don't agree with the idea you said, and that's many practices, the idea of solidarity. But this is not the practice I do. Because I am very careful with that, because of course we are not conquering anyone, and we are not trying to change any culture, any tradition. We are there to multiculturalism, to understand and to respect the others.
Okay, hi. I just want to say that there was a comment which is quite important here, and I would like to just give the comment the value that it was here, so that we don't kind of counter speech and devalue that comment that was made here. And I would ask everyone to put the questions to the break, the next questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So, well, as Nikki said, I invite you to speak about that on the break, because I think it has maybe too much to be said. So we are going to move on to the next lecture, which is, the lecturers are Julián Santana Silva y Guillermina Sánchez Concepción from the University of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. And they are going to talk about management of marine areas, marine protected areas. So I hope you enjoy it.
Buenos días a todos. En el nombre de mi compañero y en el mío propio les agradecemos la asistencia y su atención a nuestra intervención, la cual está basada en el acuerdo internacional adoptado en el marco de la Convención de las Naciones Unidas sobre Derecho del Mar relativo a la conservación y el uso sostenible de la diversidad biológica marina en las zonas situadas fuera de la jurisdicción nacional. Dentro de nuestra exposición abordaremos primordialmente los siguientes puntos. En primer lugar, realizaremos una muy breve introducción al acuerdo marco, prosiguiendo con la gestión de las áreas marinas protegidas conforme a este acuerdo y finalizando con la obligación del Estado de realizar evaluaciones de impacto ambiental en las zonas marítimas fuera de la jurisdicción nacional. Procedo ahora a darle paso a mi compañero, el profesor Julián Santana Silva, para que comience con esa pequeña introducción al acuerdo.
Como ven ahí en la presentación, el acuerdo fue adoptado en el 2023. Nos va a aportar una normativa internacional que va a ser vinculante para la conservación y el uso sostenible de la biodiversidad marina en alta mar. Se necesita 60 países para que entre en vigor, pero hasta ahora solamente lo han ratificado o han manifestado el consentimiento en obligarse 21 estados. Actualmente, porque hay una actualización, en el momento que se realizó la presentación, ven que hay 114 firmantes, pero en la actualidad hay 115 porque Djibouti firmó el 9 de mayo desde el presente año y forma parte ahora de este acuerdo. El objetivo principal de este acuerdo es asegurar la conservación y el uso sostenible de la biodiversidad biológica marina de las zonas situadas fuera de la jurisdicción nacional, es decir, más allá de la zona económica exclusiva. El acuerdo establece disposiciones generales que incluyen definiciones clave como lo que es uso sostenible, lo que es parte, que es área marina protegida y la relación con la Convención original, que estamos hablando de la Convención de Naciones Unidas del Derecho del Mar de 1982. Y se van a detallar regulaciones sobre recursos genéticos marinos, buscando la participación equitativa en los beneficios, así como medidas de gestión basadas en áreas, incluyendo la designación de las áreas marinas protegidas. El documento también va a abordar la evaluación de impacto ambiental para actividades en esta zona y subraya la importancia de la creación de capacidad y la transferencia tecnológica marina, especialmente para los países en desarrollo. Y finalmente se establecen los arreglos institucionales, incluyendo la conferencia de las partes y mecanismos financieros, y se definen procedimientos para la solución de la controversia. En esta presentación, pues sí que vamos a nombrar algunos organismos que forman parte de este acuerdo, como son la conferencia de las partes, el órgano científico y técnico y la secretaría. Para que ustedes se pongan un poco en contexto, las personas que tienen un ámbito más geológico, biológico o de ciencias del mar, pues imaginen esas áreas de montes submarinos ricas en especies endémicas o vulnerables a la pesca de arrastre. Pues este acuerdo va a permitir que los estados cooperen para designar esta área como una área marina protegida y establecer restricciones a ciertas actividades pesqueras o a la provisión total de zonas de pesca en estas zonas específicas, ¿no? Ahora mismo, pues, por ejemplo, en el Atlántico, pues tenemos como zona protegida ciertas áreas del Golfo, de la corriente del Golfo, es decir, un poco al norte de las Azores, incluso al sur de las Azores. Y también, aunque esta no afecta tanto a este acuerdo, pero sí indirectamente porque también llega a alta mar, zonas económicas exclusivas que están al sur del Atlántico, más en concreto en Tristán, Acuña. ¿Para qué crear las zonas protegidas? Pues básicamente para conservar y usar sosteniblemente áreas protegidas mediante un sistema amplio de mecanismos de gestiones, incluyendo las redes de áreas marinas protegidas, reforzar la cooperación de estos mecanismos entre estados y organismos relevantes, proteger, preservar, restaurar y mantener la biodiversidad y los ecosistemas, aumentando su resiliencia, apoyar a los estados partes en desarrollo, en particular los menos adelantados, países en desarrollo sin litoral, estados geográficamente desfavorecidos, pequeños estados insulares en desarrollo, mediante la creación de capacidad y el desarrollo y la transferencia tecnológica marina para implementar, supervisar, gestionar y aplicar mecanismos de gestión en áreas, incluidas estas áreas marinas protegidas. ¿De dónde va a salir la idea de proponer estas áreas marinas protegidas? Pues va a ser estas propuestas para establecer estos mecanismos de gestión basados en áreas, incluyendo lo que valga la redundancia, estas áreas marinas protegidas, serán presentadas a la Secretaría por las partes de manera individual o colectiva. En su elaboración, las partes van a colaborar y consultar con diversos actores interesados y las propuestas se basarán en el mejor conocimiento científico disponible y, cuando exista, también en el conocimiento tradicional relevante, considerando el enfoque precautorio y ecosistemático. La propuesta siempre deberá incluir de forma detallada una descripción geográfica del área, información sobre los criterios implicados para su identificación, las actividades humanas que se van a realizar en el área o se realizan en el área y su posible impacto, una descripción del estado del medio marino y la biodiversidad, los objetivos de conservación y uso sostenible, un proyecto del plan de gestión con medidas y actividades de supervisión, la duración propuesta del área y las medidas, información sobre las consultas realizadas sobre mecanismos de gestión ya implementados por otros instrumentos y organismos y las aportaciones científicas y conocimientos tradicionales relevantes. Estas consultas se deben realizar en base a que, una vez realizada esta propuesta, las secretarías las harán públicas y la transmitirán al órgano científico y técnico para un examen preliminar. Este examen determinará si la propuesta contiene la información requerida, incluyendo los criterios indicativos. Estos criterios que he nombrado anteriormente. Los resultados del examen serán públicos y se comunicarán al proponente, quien podrá volver a transmitir su propuesta a la Secretaría tras considerar el examen previo. Por último, la Secretaría notificará a las partes y hará pública la propuesta revisada, facilitando las consultas. ¿Quién va a tener o va a tomar la decisión para formar o establecer estos mecanismos de gestión? Pues va a ser la conferencia de partes. La conferencia de partes, basándose en la propuesta final, el proyecto del plan de gestión y las contribuciones recibidas y el asesoramiento del órgano científico y técnico, adoptará decisiones sobre el establecimiento de mecanismos de gestión basados en áreas, incluyendo las áreas marinas protegidas y las medidas conexas. La conferencia de las partes podrán adoptar decisiones compatibles con las de otros instrumentos ya existentes y órganos competentes en cooperación y coordinación con ellos, o formular recomendaciones cuando las medidas propuestas estén dentro de su ámbito de competencia. Al tomar la decisión, la conferencia de las partes respetará las competencias de otros instrumentos y órganos y no irán en su detrimento. Se realizarán consultas periódicas para mejorar la cooperación y la coordinación. Las decisiones sobre el establecimiento de mecanismos de gestión basados en áreas se tomarán siempre por consenso. Si no se llega a este consenso, se requerirá una mayoría de 3/4 de las partes presentes y votantes. Las decisiones entrarán en vigor 120 días después de la reunión de la conferencia de las partes donde se adoptaron y serán vinculantes para todas las partes. Puede pasar que alguna de las partes la objete y esa objeción tendrá que ser siempre por escrito y dentro de esos 120 días, en cuyo caso el mecanismo no será vinculante para esa parte. Si hubiese, por ejemplo, un vertido de petróleo, ¿no? Por ejemplo, si se diera, por ejemplo, un fenómeno natural o un desastre provocado por el ser humano que haya causado o sea probable que cause un daño grave e irreversible a la diversidad biológica marina, la conferencia de las partes adoptará decisiones para aprobar medidas de emergencia en zonas fuera de la jurisdicción nacional con el fin de evitar que se agrave la situación. Con unas condiciones que serán, estas condiciones serán que estas medidas se considerarán necesarias solo si el daño no puede gestionarse oportunamente mediante otros artículos del acuerdo o a través de otros instrumentos u órganos competentes. Las medidas de emergencia se basarán en los mejores conocimientos científicos y tradicionales disponibles, teniendo en cuenta el enfoque precautorio, y podrán ser propuestas por las partes o recomendadas por el órgano científico y técnico, pudiéndose adoptarse entre periodos de sesiones. Estas medidas serán temporales y deberán reexaminarse en la siguiente reunión de la Conferencia de las Partes. Asimismo, las medidas expirarán 2 años después de su entrada en vigor o podrán rescindirse antes si son sustituidas por mecanismos de gestión a largo plazo. Tenemos que asegurarnos del cumplimiento. Entonces, las partes se asegurarán de que las actividades bajo su jurisdicción o control de zonas fuera de la jurisdicción nacional se realicen conforme con las decisiones adoptadas en esta parte. Las partes van a promover que los órganos pertinentes de los que sean miembros adopten medidas para apoyar la implementación de las decisiones y recomendaciones de la Conferencia de las Partes. Se alentarán a los estados que puedan ser parte, especialmente aquellos con actividades o nacionales en la zona establecida, a que adopten medidas de apoyo de la conferencia de las decisiones. Una parte que no participa en otro órgano pertinente sigue obligada a cooperar en la conservación y el uso sostenible. Nada va a impedir que una parte adopte medidas estrictas o más estrictas respecto a sus nacionales y buques o en relación con actividades bajo su jurisdicción o control. Las partes van a informar a la Conferencia de las Partes sobre la implementación de estos mecanismos de gestión basados en áreas y medidas conexas. Estos informes van a ser siempre públicos. Se invitarán a los órganos pertinentes a proporcionar información sobre la implementación de medidas para lograr los objetivos de los mecanismos de gestión establecidos. El órgano científico y técnico también va a supervisar y examinar periódicamente estos mecanismos teniendo en cuenta los informes e información recibidos, evaluando la eficacia de los mecanismos y los progresos realizados en el logro de sus objetivos, proporcionando asesoramiento y recomendaciones a la Conferencia de las Partes. Tras el examen, la Conferencia de las Partes adoptará decisiones o recomendaciones sobre la modificación, prórroga o revocación de los mecanismos y medidas conexas basándose en los mejores conocimientos científicos y conocimientos tradicionales disponibles. Como conclusión, se va a establecer o se establece un marco para la creación de mecanismos de gestión fuera de la jurisdicción nacional, cuyo objetivo es la conservación y el uso sostenible de la biodiversidad marina, suponiendo un avance importante para la protección de estas áreas. Ahora daré paso a la profesora Guillermina Sánchez Concepción, que nos va a hablar de las evaluaciones del impacto ambiental conforme este acuerdo.
Muchas gracias, profesor Julián, por su intervención. Por mi parte, y como el profesor les acaba de adelantar, voy a proceder a analizar de forma resumida y breve, dado el tiempo que tenemos, la obligación del Estado de realizar evaluaciones de impacto ambiental en las zonas situadas fuera de la jurisdicción nacional. En primer lugar, a la hora de examinar esta obligación vamos a tener en cuenta los siguientes puntos. Definición de la obligación, principalmente determinar qué se entiende por evaluaciones de impacto ambiental. En segundo lugar, las implicaciones que surgen con esta obligación. En este caso procederemos a analizar qué consecuencias prácticas y jurídicas se derivan del deber de realizar estas evaluaciones de impacto. Y por último, realizaremos unas breves conclusiones sobre el contenido de este apartado. Así, en lo que respecta a la definición de la obligación, debemos examinar cuál es el contenido de la obligación, comenzando por preguntarnos qué se entiende por evaluaciones de impacto potencial, cuyo acrónimo en español es EIA. Para responder a esta pregunta inicial debemos dirigirnos al propio articulado del acuerdo, en virtud del cual en su artículo primero, enunciado como términos empleados, en su definición séptima nos expone que por evaluaciones de impacto ambiental se entiende un proceso para determinar y evaluar los impactos potenciales de una actividad con miras a informar la toma de decisiones. Esta definición, a su vez, nos va a plantear una serie de cuestiones, entre ellas y principalmente, ¿qué se entiende por impactos potenciales? ¿Cuándo va a surgir la obligación de realizar una evaluación de impacto ambiental por parte del Estado? ¿Cuál es el proceso para detectar y evaluar los impactos? ¿Y qué decisión hay que tomar y qué sujeto debe tomarla? Para responder a estas preguntas, debemos redirigirnos a la parte específica del convenio marco donde se regulan las evaluaciones de impacto ambiental, la parte cuarta. Encabezando esta parte, el convenio marco nos deja claro cuáles son los objetivos que se persigue con esta. Entre ellos, y los más importantes, tenemos la implementación efectiva de las evaluaciones de impacto ambiental, la prevención y gestión de impactos negativos en el medio marino y la promoción de un enfoque estratégico que contemple además los impactos acumulativos. Así, pasando a resolver la primera cuestión que nos planteaba la definición de evaluación de impacto ambiental según el acuerdo, esta es ¿qué se entiende por impactos potenciales? Pues observamos que ni el acuerdo ni la Convención de las Naciones Unidas sobre Derecho del Mar contienen una definición técnica o autónoma sobre este concepto. No obstante, desde una perspectiva internacionalista, contamos con otros instrumentos que nos proporcionan una definición del mismo. De este modo, podemos considerar que los impactos potenciales son todos aquellos efectos negativos o perjudiciales que podrían afectar significativamente al medio marino, ya sea de forma directa o indirecta, como resultado de una actividad, aunque esa actividad pues, todavía no se haya producido. Pongamos un ejemplo para una mayor comprensión. Supongamos que tenemos un transporte marítimo de mercancías peligrosas, tales como productos químicos tóxicos y petróleo. Supongamos por una empresa en una ruta desde Canadá hacia España o viceversa. El principal impacto potencial que se va a generar en esa actividad y la cual vamos a tener que tener en cuenta va a ser el derrame accidental de esos productos en las zonas marítimas, afectando con ello a todo el ecosistema. El acuerdo también hace una referencia a otra clase de impactos, como puede ser el impacto acumulativo, los cuales van a ser todos aquellos impactos que resultan de la suma o interacción de múltiples actividades en el tiempo y en el espacio. Siguiendo con el ejemplo que pusimos anteriormente, es posible que un solo buque que transporte esas sustancias, pues a priori no parezca que pueda causar un grave daño, pero el tránsito continuo y creciente de cientos de buques a lo largo del tiempo sí que pueden generar impactos acumulativos como un aumento en el riesgo de derrames o mismamente una contaminación crónica del océano por pequeñas fugas, residuos y por las emisiones que emiten los mismos buques. Por otro lado, también hace referencia al impacto conexo, el cual básicamente se refiere a aquellos impactos que indirectamente están relacionados con la actividad principal. Se incluyen los impactos socioeconómicos a la salud humana o los impactos culturales. Vamos con el ejemplo. Aunque la actividad principal sea ese transporte marítimo del punto A al punto B, si se produce una contaminación del medio marino por alguna fuga y esa contaminación llega a la cadena alimenticia marina, teniendo por lo tanto peces contaminados, pues se pueden generar riesgos en las personas que posteriormente vayan a consumir ese producto, esos peces. Siguiendo con la segunda cuestión, es cuando surge la obligación de realizar una evaluación de impacto. Nos expone el acuerdo que va a ser el Estado el que tenga la obligación de realizar una evaluación de impacto cuando una actividad proyectada bajo su control o jurisdicción pueda generar impactos potenciales en el medio marino en las zonas situadas fuera de su jurisdicción o control. Y además, cuando esa actividad se realice dentro de la jurisdicción nacional del Estado, pero que puedan tener efectos significativos más allá de las fronteras del Estado. Para mayor comprensión, un ejemplo. Un Estado costero proyecta construir una planta química cerca de su litoral, cerca de su costa. Esta planta química, que está bajo su propia jurisdicción y control, verterá al océano aguas residuales y otros productos químicos, incluso productos tóxicos. En este caso, estos productos van a poder viajar por medio de las corrientes marinas hacia esas aguas internacionales. En ambos casos, va a originarse la obligación de realizar una evaluación de impacto ambiental por parte del Estado, previamente a que la actividad que se pretende realizar sea autorizada por éste. No obstante, a lo anterior mencionado, tenemos que tener en cuenta una excepción a dicha obligación, y es que no será necesario realizar estas evaluaciones de impacto ambiental por parte del Estado si ya se ha hecho una evaluación equivalente en el marco de otros instrumentos, siempre que, nos dice el acuerdo, se cumplan unos estándares que el propio acuerdo introduce. Sobre la cuestión, ¿cuál es el proceso para detectar y evaluar los impactos? Debemos acudir directamente al propio artículo 31 del convenio marco, el cual nos va a informar de ese proceso para realizar las evaluaciones. Si bien, si nos dirigimos a este artículo, veremos que no establece expresamente su división en etapas o fases. No obstante, desde una interpretación del mismo, podemos extraer que este proceso se puede dividir en 3 etapas sucesivas. En un primer momento, tendremos la etapa previa a esa evaluación de impacto, la cual va a tener por objetivo principal examinar la actividad que se pretende realizar y, en virtud de este examen, considerar si es preciso o no realizar una evaluación de impacto. Todo ello se va a realizar mediante una verificación preliminar. De esta forma, lo primero sería analizar y determinar esa actividad proyectada. Para ello se tendrán en cuenta las actividades proyectadas bajo la jurisdicción del Estado que puedan causar más que un efecto mínimo o transitorio o que tengan impactos o efectos desconocidos o poco conocidos. Cuando se cumplan estas previsiones, el Estado deberá realizar una verificación preliminar de la actividad, cuyo objetivo va a ser analizar por parte del Estado si esa actividad que se pretende proyectar necesita de esa evaluación de impacto, por considerar que esa actividad podría causar impactos potenciales en el medio marino. Esta verificación incluirá como mínimo, nos dice el acuerdo, una descripción de la actividad proyectada, pues su finalidad, su ubicación, su duración y un análisis inicial de esos impactos potenciales. Esta verificación debe ser publicada y otros estados van a poder emitir opiniones al respecto. Una vez se ha comprobado que sí es necesario realizar una evaluación de impacto ambiental, pasamos a la siguiente etapa, la cual podemos denominar como la etapa de evaluación técnica, en virtud de la cual, al realizar esa evaluación de impacto ambiental, se van a tener que tener en cuenta varios aspectos técnicos, entre ellos la delimitación del alcance, donde el Estado, al realizar esa evaluación, debe asegurarse de identificar los principales impactos ambientales, así como aquellos impactos conexos y acumulativos que hablamos anteriormente. La valoración y evaluación del impacto. Los estados, al realizar esta evaluación de impacto, se asegurarán de que se evalúen los impactos de las actividades con base en la evidencia científica y en los conocimientos tradicionales disponibles. La prevención, mitigación y gestión de efectos adversos potenciales, pues básicamente se van a tener que proponer medidas para prevenir, mitigar y gestionar los efectos adversos de las actividades. Por último, tendríamos esa notificación y consulta pública de la evaluación, donde se garantiza que los estados hagan una notificación pública sobre las actividades que pretenden proyectar, permitiendo con esto al resto de estados poder participar en esa evaluación de impacto. Por último, tenemos la etapa final de preparación y publicación de ese informe de evaluación de impacto ambiental. El acuerdo marco básicamente nos establece qué es la información y el contenido mínimo que debe contener ese informe, destacando, de entre otros, la descripción de la actividad, su ubicación y los posibles impactos. En cuanto a la última cuestión que nos planteaba esa definición de impacto ambiental, esta es qué decisión hay que tomar y qué sujeto debe tomarla. Pues el Estado, bajo cuya jurisdicción se realice la actividad proyectada, va a tener que decidir, en primer lugar, si se requiere una evaluación de impacto ambiental, cuyo contenido ya hemos visto anteriormente, y esta decisión se va a producir en esa primera etapa, en la etapa de verificación preliminar. Y la segunda decisión que va a tener que tomar el Estado es decidir si autoriza o no la actividad que se pretende realizar. Como han visto, una vez ya esa evaluación ha sido publicada y elaborada, el Estado debe decidir si dicha actividad puede ser autorizada o rechazada, teniendo en cuenta tanto la evaluación de impacto como las observaciones recibidas por el resto de Estados. En lo que concierne a la decisión y a toda la documentación de este procedimiento, se harán públicos, asegurando así una transparencia en todo el proceso. Pasando ahora a analizar las implicaciones o consecuencias que presenta esta obligación de realizar las evaluaciones de impacto ambiental. Como habrán podido percibir, la realización de una evaluación no es un mero trámite previo, sino que va a activar todo un conjunto de responsabilidades técnicas, jurídicas y de seguimiento. Estas implicaciones afectan principalmente al Estado que tiene jurisdicción o control sobre dicha actividad y podemos resumirlas en las siguientes. Bueno, no pasa nada, se las expongo yo. Supervisión de impactos, la primera a tener en cuenta. El Estado, al supervisar los impactos, al realizar estas evaluaciones, va a tener que supervisar los impactos reales de las actividades autorizadas, lo que a su vez va a requerir una estructura técnica institucional capaz de monitorear y responder a variaciones ambientales durante la ejecución de esa actividad. También tenemos la presentación de informes periódicos, donde el Estado va a tener que preparar y publicar toda clase de informes periódicos de seguimiento sobre el estado de la actividad y sobre los impactos reales. Pues, entre otras cosas, como hemos podido apreciar, el acuerdo presenta una contigua exigencia de transparencia y de disponibilidad pública de toda la documentación. Tenemos también la revisión y un posible reexamen de esas actividades autorizadas, pues el Estado debe asegurarse de que se examinen los impactos reales de esas actividades. Pues dentro de esta labor que tiene el Estado, si se detectan impactos que o bien no se hayan previsto en esa evaluación de impacto ambiental o que se puedan derivar de un posible incumplimiento de alguna de las condiciones fijadas al aprobarse esta actividad, pues el Estado va a poder reexaminar su propia decisión y tomará las medidas correctivas que estime oportunas, pudiendo inclusive mitigar, modificar o incluso detener la actividad que se estaba realizando. Por último, tendríamos unas implicaciones ampliadas, donde además de estos deberes técnicos y ambientales mencionados, el Estado va a tener que tener en cuenta una serie de implicaciones institucionales y políticas que afectan a la capacidad de implementación de los Estados partes. De entre ellas mencionamos principalmente todas aquellas nuevas cargas administrativas que va a tener que asumir el propio Estado. Consecuencia de ello, también se desarrollarán y se crearán unas estructuras sólidas para poder llevar a cabo todas estas funciones y competencias. suponiendo con ello, a su vez, una mayor necesidad de personal técnico, una inversión en sistemas de información y una evidente coordinación interinstitucional permanente. Por último, y en base al análisis realizado, se pueden extraer las siguientes conclusiones. En primer lugar, es que la obligación de realizar unas evaluaciones de impacto ambiental es una auténtica obligación jurídica sustantiva y no meramente formalista. ¿Qué quiere decir esto? Básicamente que el Estado no solo debe realizar esas evaluaciones de impacto en cumplimiento de un mero trámite, sino que lo importante y lo sustantivo va a ser el contenido, la calidad del análisis y el cumplimiento de los resultados de esa evaluación. El concepto de impactos potenciales, como hemos visto, es clave, básicamente porque es la que activa esa obligación de realizar las evaluaciones de impacto. En tercer lugar, que el proceso de evaluación podemos estructurarlo en 3 etapas sucesivas. En primer lugar, esa verificación preliminar, luego la evaluación técnica y por último la fase final de decisión y publicación de ese informe. En cuarto lugar, el Estado mantiene responsabilidades incluso una vez ya se ha autorizado esa actividad, como puede ser la supervisión misma de la actividad autorizada. Y por último, que la implementación efectiva del acuerdo requiere de a su vez unas implicaciones bastante importantes por parte del Estado, como acabamos de hacer mención justamente. Con esto concluimos nuestra intervención. Le agradecemos nuevamente su atención y quedamos a su disposición para cualquier pregunta que les haya podido surgir. Gracias.
Buenas tardes. Gracias a los compañeros, al profesor Santana y a la profesora Sánchez por el tema elegido. Es la visión jurídica del cuidado del medio ambiente y además del derecho internacional público. Yo solo 2 cuestiones sin ningún tipo de valoración al profesor Santana, si puede incidir porque nos habla de instrumentos. Y a la profesora Sánchez, sí hay una parte que me preocupa, el proceso de notificar, ¿no?, la evaluación que realiza el Estado. Gracias a ambos.
Vale, en los acuerdos, en el derecho internacional básicamente, o casi todo el derecho se dedica a temas internacionales, instrumentos, pues podría ser este mismo acuerdo. Acuerdos, tratados, convenios son instrumentos internacionales. Entonces, pues relacionado con este tema, pues podemos encontrarnos que haya una conexión, por ejemplo, con otros instrumentos como puede ser la Comisión para la Conservación de los Recursos Vivos Marinos Antárticos, o, por ejemplo, con la conservación como la Convención sobre la Conservación de las especies migratorias de animales y silvestres, que aunque suene así como muy genérico, animales silvestres, pues también pues la fauna marina también tiene sus etapas migratorias, o el Consejo Ártico, pero bueno, el Consejo Ártico pues ya tiene es un poquito más gubernamental y tiene también su morbillo, porque últimamente, pues ustedes saben esa tensión que hay entre Estados Unidos y Dinamarca con el tema de Groenlandia, ¿no? Pero esto en realidad son serie de instrumentos que pueden estar relacionados y que pueden influir de cierta manera y conectar de cierta manera con este otro instrumento que es el acuerdo en el marco de las Naciones Unidas sobre el derecho del mar. Sí.
En lo que respecta a mi pregunta, el principal sistema para recopilar, publicar y difundir toda clase de información es el mecanismo de intercambio de información. Es básicamente una plataforma electrónica internacional que funciona como un repositorio central y un punto de acceso público a toda la información. A grandes rasgos es una base de datos de intercambio de información y está abierta a todo el público. Muchas gracias por su intervención.
Let's continue now with Georgi Gurdjieff. Did I say it right? He's from the University of New Bulgaria, and he's going to give us a workshop called INSEP Project, Promoting Climate Neutrality and Inclusiveness on the Built Environment.
While waiting the presentation to start, let me say that I'm representing the New Bulgarian University, who is a member of ERWA project team, and in particular, I'm representing the Department of Architecture. I'm an architect, and we teach architecture at New Bulgarian University. So I am not seeing, I know that the University of Gran Canaria has a School of Architecture, but unfortunately, probably there is no representative from the School of Architecture. We will be appreciating having more, to be more connected with within the ARO project with the School of Architecture of the New Bulgarian University. So I hope that in near future we will establish connections with the colleagues from the School of Architecture, from the architects, from the students of architecture, which will be very much appreciated, and will be and it will be one of the goals of such the project like ERWA to foster, to encourage relations between the universities across Europe. So I will be speaking about the it's okay, about our project we developing with two more universities under Erasmus Plus support. It is named INSEPT, and it means Introducing the Principles of Sustainability and Energy Efficiency in Architectural Education. We are, within our project, we are promoting climate neutrality and inclusiveness in the built environment. Who are the members of the team? Together with our university, we have University of Ion Mincu from Bucharest, from Romania, and we have University of Zagreb, Faculty of Architecture, which is from Croatia. All three universities are teaming together in order to upgrade the university program, the architectural program, master program of architecture, which is taught in three universities, of course, with in different ways. But the common thing is that we all of us are convinced that architectural education needs more sustainability, more links with the current actual problems of our planet. It means that we have and we feel our common problems, and we will have to find common solutions in order to save energy, in order to reduce carbon footprint, in order to increase the energy efficiency of our buildings. And the architecture is a profession. Architecture is a profession, an activity which is very much contributing, could very much contribute to to achieving these goals. The vision of the project, the INSEP project, is that we are trying to work towards climate neutrality and inclusiveness of the built environment by incorporating sustainable energy efficiency building concepts into architectural education with knowledge and skills at the building design level. Also, our project supports sustainability and energy efficiency concepts with a future-oriented architecture curricula. We are We are, within this project, we are upgrading the existing architectural curricula, taking into account all up-to-date facts and research achievements in order to improve such a program. We are aiming at holistic approaches in building design. INCEPT also is developing guidelines and resources for architectural facilities to move to a new type of climate education, to provide students with the critical and necessary skills, knowledge, and abilities to respond to the climate and environmental crisis with suitable, sustainable, regenerative design proposals. INCEPT creates a curriculum in sustainable architecture that provides knowledge and builds digital and green skills of architecture students on the basic principles of sustainability and energy efficiency in the design of different building technologies. INCEPT seeks to align architectural education of all our universities with the overarching energy and climate goals of the green transition. So we can maybe no. What will be the main results that we are having from our project? It is establishment of a compendium and related lecture course on the green transition of affordable and clean energy of building sustainable cities and communities, and climate resilience within the Master of Architecture programs in participating universities. What does it mean? Compendium of green, sustainable architecture is actually a comprehensive database tool consisting of all up-to-date and modern and recent achievements of architecture research, of architecture education that is collected by our colleagues within this project. And this is collected in a way that could facilitate comprehensive teaching of architecture in our university. It helps students in having their training, their knowledge in order to work on their projects. So compendium is a type of pool of resources, a type of databases in sustainable architecture, and it is also a basis for creation of new lecture courses on behalf of architecture teachers. So it helps both architects, students of architecture, and teachers and tutors. Also, within our project, we are creating an online sustainable architecture training course for the wider professional community. What does it mean? We realize that we are solving the current issue of architectural education, aligning the education with the new situation in climate change, in development of new need of development of new thinking, of sustainability, of the development of new thinking, of urban process that they should go. But also we have in mind that we have a lot of architects that are working, that are practicing architecture, and they also need upgrade of their knowledge, their skills in architecture. So we are orienting such an online sustainable training course at postgraduate level of education, and this is not only directed to architects, but also to a vast amount of variety of projects, of skills, of specialities that are related to built environment, because we know that architecture and architects are not the only experts that are involved in creation of built environment. We have also civil engineers, we have also economists, we have designers, we have sociologists, we have climatologists. So all these people with their expertise are participating in creation of built environment. So we are very much relying that they could be, their knowledge and their education could be upgraded also within through our project outcomes. So we create this curricula, this content, this educational curricula that could be used also for postgraduate education. And since these people are, of course, they are busy, they could not be involved in on-site training, in university halls, etc. We create this content to be distributed, to be disseminated online, which is a way to achieve wider audience. So this is we consider this a very major outcome of our project. Also, the one more activity, also very important, is this establishment of the interdisciplinary studio or atelier for the design of climate-neutral buildings within the Master of Architecture programs. So this is mainly targeted at students in architecture from 3 universities. And this is actually the most important result from the project activities, because within this we create curricula, we create compendium. This is a pool of resources about architectural achievements, architectural education, but the result, actual result of all these concerted project activities will be to achieve better architectural design. So to achieve the higher level of practical results, and for students of architecture, the results could be seen within the architectural design architectural projects. And within this atelier or studio for the design of climate-neutral buildings, we are testing our achievements, our students' achievements, having that are already being educated, are being upgraded within their architectural knowledge, and we are seeing their better results in practical training activities through this building design atelier. So we have the way of making this through based or starting from the theory, going to the practical achievements. And what are the aims of this atelier is to provide a sustainable architecture project, offering the opportunity to apply theoretical concepts learned in the sustainable architecture course. In this way, the student will acquire sustainable design skills capable of guiding him or her towards the appropriate conceptual and technological solutions. The climate-neutral building design atelier or atelier may be the most proper term, is designed as an interdisciplinary living lab where students can develop and test energy-efficient design concepts, practical ideas and tools in the way that the design studio offer a collaborative theme that is the basis for design and research assignment. And this assignment explores the aspects of low-tech or vernacular climate design, the zero energy principles, the sustainable urban planning, and the sociological aspects of the impact of healthy cities on human behavior. What is the content of such testing phase of such exercise is that we are proposing to our students in 3 universities, we are having 3 sites, building sites, which are preliminary consulted and carefully chosen by experts team, and they are concerning different situations in 3 different universities. One is concerning the campus of the University Ion Mincu, which is located in Bucharest, and adjacent surrounding urban spaces through possible sustainable urban regeneration measures. Solutions is sought at 3 scales, which is urban scale. You could imagine urban scale is about complex of buildings that are surrounding a university, and we are the second level is architecture scale. We concentrate on analysis of the urban island. We then focus on the proposals for architectural interventions, internal functional reconfiguration, extension of building parts, interior design of existing spaces and courtyards. Then also proposal for facade reconfiguration with the intervention of different details. This is architectural level. We all the time I'm speaking about this one of these sites, about the site of the University of Ion Mincu, which is in Bucharest, in Romania. Then we have third level, which is detailed level, detailed scale, which as it is shown by its name, it's about architectural details. These are opportunities to increase energy efficiency in the architecture through carefully designed architectural details. Because of, as architects know, and not only architects, it's very much architects, the building is very much depending, and the energy efficiency of building is very much depending on how the details are solved, how the insulation is put on the outer walls of the building, how the thermal bridges are could be and are overcome. And such details that are seems at the first glance very technical, but they're very important to the final performance of the building in order the building to be energy efficient, to be functional, to be healthy for the residents, in this case for the students and teachers. So detailed proposals for various measures to implement sustainable design principles are made even also at the level of details. So I'm showing on the within the example of one of the project sites, I'm showing the all stages of the activities we are having during these test stages, also for other 2 building sites and design sites. So the students were, in this case, were organized into groups of 10, this is 9, but 9 to 10 participants in 3 teams of 3 students, and they cover the 3 scales of intervention. It means U means urban, A means architectural, T it's the technical details level. The project was carried out in phases following the different aspects. defining and deepening the project team, documenting the main subjects, criteria and parameters of the analysis of the site where the interventions will be made, identification of intervention principles, strategies and scenarios, the identification of concepts, especially those related to sustainable design principles, drawing of the parts, architectural drawings in accordance with the scales of presentation of presentations associated with the site of the project and following the instructions of the teachers. And actually, this is the slide, the picture of the university building, which is in red. It's and also we have very interesting outcomes of this design atelier. It's a lot of projects with a lot of details within the 3 different situations that will be exhibited during the final event of our project, which will take place in Sofia in June, the next month, and there will be a large exhibition of students' project. One of sites you have seen, and also 2 other sites will be exhibited, and the results will be discussed in the presence of the students that made these projects under the supervision of their teachers from 3 different universities. I really believe that during our INSEPT project, we achieved some substantial and very important upgrades to the architectural education, and we will be disseminating these results, and I very much hope that also we will contact our colleagues from the School of Architecture of University of Gran Canaria in order to see how we could distribute or show or how we could more conveniently distribute some of our solutions or some of our curriculums towards the to our colleagues from School of Architecture here. And we have some preliminary contacts, but unfortunately during my stay in Las Palmas, I did not have the opportunity to contact the chair, I guess, of the School of Architecture because of her duty. So, but I hope we will find some way in the future to establish this link and to see how it could be possible to disseminate some of our more interesting from architectural points of view results for within this INSEPT project we have made. We are up to finish the project in a couple of months, so there is still time maybe to have another event with the participation of students from University of Gran Canaria, I hope. So I'll be happy to answer some of your questions, if any.
Hello. Okay. My name is Gintaira. I don't know if you were in the beginning of the event. Maybe not. In the first. Well, I present myself as not as vice rector, but as architect and urban planner, and therefore is a nice opportunity to establish the contact, because you were not able to talk with the new dean of the architecture school. From the ERUA perspective, we know that architects and urban planners are actually responsible partially of the climate problem, and therefore we should be responsible of the new paradigm of how we design cities, how we design buildings, and how we design our environment in order to face climate change. Well, in terms of ERUA project, understanding that we are 8 universities working together in order to find solutions first in our campus. And okay, it's true that we are not, all the universities have a School of Architecture, but we both have. And this is an opportunity to provide, working with ambientalists and geographers and other fields, working together in order to improve not only to show the projects of the students, but also this is an opportunity to try to reconfigure all our campuses of the 8 universities with a new way of understanding that all we share, and try to think how our 8 universities ERUA campuses should face the new challenges of climate change with the help of students, but not only architects of architecture, but also of other fields. And this will be a good result in terms that we will be able maybe to make a change in the future design of all the campuses of the ERUA alliances. And actually we are taking the first steps towards, because we have actually a planned campus for our university. And of course I'm involved in that, and some other people from the rector group that actually are going to present afterwards. And please stay tuned, how we used to say, in order to establish this connection and potential change for all our campuses, green and actually answering for our climate change needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's a very good direction that could be explored, and I would be happy to support your thoughts and within concrete activities. Yeah.
You wanted to speak or not?
No.
Vale. Okay. Thank you very much, Georgi. It was very nice. I find this actually very fascinating, like the entire concept of, sustainable architecture, etc. And I think it's just more of a point. If you're interested in the neighbor island, Tenerife, there is an institute, it's called ITER, it's the Institute for Technology and Energy Transition. And they developed a village, a concept village, so it's a living lab, something like you were saying, of 24 houses which are zero emission, completely. And I believe it's the first ever in the world that they did this. So it's maybe very interesting for you guys. So check it out for sure if you have the time.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. It's very interesting. Maybe just after my presentation, I'll be interested to have some details from you.
For sure.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Just building up on the comment of the rethinking from the architectural perspective of the ERUA campuses, we are at the moment rethinking from the architectural perspective also in the different alliances. I am Antonio, I am representing the EU Green Alliance, and we are also working in the same direction of the role of university campuses as inspiring spaces for architecture in the campuses, but in the cities around those campuses. And I would like to pose a challenge for you and for your project. And tomorrow I will be presenting the Insectopia initiative, which includes how are we thinking the future of architecture from the perspective of insects as key elements in the ecosystems, and of course as key elements in the sustainable development of our economies and our societies. In the Insectopia website, you can see one of the webinars we hosted, which is called Architectural Spaces for Human and Insects, which is both inspired in how insects can give us some solutions for the sustainable architecture. No? Some of the solutions for architecture are based on how insects build their spaces with amazing solutions, and the other way around, how are we integrating insects as key in the future of ecosystem and food systems in the new plans for sustainable architecture. So this again is also a new collaboration opportunities with other alliances such as EU Green. And again, thank you for your presentation and good luck with your objectives.
Thank you for your opinion. Unfortunately, I will not be able to attend in tomorrow's lecture, but I was told that we have this all recorded and it will be disseminated via YouTube or somehow. And also, I believe that all the contact details will be also distributed, so as to keep being contacted and developing some future interesting.
And to
ideas.
all of you, happy World Bee Day. Today is the International Day of Bees, and we are celebrating it with the Insectopia. We had a ceremony today in the morning, so I want to wish you a happy World Bee Day.
I have a reaction and a question. The reaction to all of you, actually, to see that there are so many alliances and things happening on the campuses. This is exactly what I meant in my presentation, actually showing how it's being done, not only through research and teaching. The question to you is how interdisciplinary was or still is your project, in how far you reach out not only for the students to be able to have a perspective that includes probably environmentalists, probably civil society members, and also local authorities. So to ensure that your students don't go out of the university with these ideas that yes, a lot is possible, but then they face the huge barrier of bureaucracy or, I don't know, zonal planning or lack of investment, and then nothing comes to be reality.
Thank you for your question. It is a good follow-up of our activities. It could be a good follow-up because now on this stage, the project, we focused on the teaching activities, on curricula creation, on engaging architects and their colleague experts like civil engineers, sociologists, like economists. But the next stage will be to involve the local authorities probably, because actually, we know that they are a crucial part, substantial part of decision making about the city development and about the built environment. So what we're going to do is probably we'll discuss this during our meeting in June of expert team of the project. That will to try to spread some of the project results and other things, especially regarding your question, other things, some of the project outcomes to the local authorities that are responsible for built environment, for urban development. So this will be a good upgrade of project results at the next level. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to continue. First of all, I want to ask you all to please don't throw away the box of the auriculars, because we need them back. Say that, we are going to change the schedule a little bit. We are supposed to have a roundtable now, but we are going to dedicate 10 minutes to discuss about the presentation made before, the one about tourism, because we queued the comments, but we think we need to let a space to talk about it, because from the organization we realize that it's kind of controversial. So we are going to get just 10 minutes with nobody on the stage, so no one has the protagonism to just talk about the presentation made before. So if everyone wants to make a comment, just raise your hand.
Well, thank you for these 10 minutes of no one having the protagonism. This is very healthy, I think. Tourism is controversial as such. No, we are in an island where probably there are some people against and some people for tourism activities. And when it comes to this concept that was presented today, of course, depending on the part of the world you grew, you will have an opinion. So in my personal opinion, after the presentation and the reactions, is that it was quite obvious that this could happen. No? And the healthy way to, in my opinion, to manage this is just to respect both. No? If you are doing tourism and you're thinking about a flight to go to Nepal, and after this presentation you realize that your trip can have a positive impact there, this is great, and it's good if you have developed some solidarity activities. And of course, there can be someone who can think that this is kind of patronizing and that you are taking advantage of the part of the world you were born to do kind of an influence and to feel better yourself. And both opinions are respectful. So this is my reaction to what happened. And well, it's just a comment because you are giving us the opportunity to express ourselves. And I wanted to take this opportunity just to mention this. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing it. If anyone has anything else to say, now is the moment. Otherwise, okay.
Sorry. Thank you. I wanted to thank you for this moment of communal reflection. I think it is very, very positive to do so. And I think that even if controversial, when a spokesperson spark a controversy is crucial for our work as I am a PhD student, but research in general. I come from intersectionality studies. I have been studying gender for quite some times now, and what I wanted to bring was the perspective of the fact that probably we still need to study what we intend when we say tourism. From an intersectionality point of view, I think that the issue comes with the fact that even poor people go on a holiday, and our first colleague who asked for how long did you make this kind of experience, I think that there we have to reflect on the fact that if we want to avoid the effects that our colleague from Brazil was saying, and I don't know your name, for example, the emotional impact, you would need months or even a whole year to make a positive impact and not be a disruption in community life, and this is definitely not possible if you have just 1 week of holiday. So I think that this kind of tourism solidarity is not applicable for poor people indeed. And I know that in academia, poor is a bad word. I'm not using it for lack of lexicon. I use it as a form of self-empowerment. I don't think that poor is a is a bad word indeed. But I mean, low income, low class, however you say it, it's not possible to take a month, a 3-month, 6-month period off to do solidarity work, even if it is for tourism. So yeah, my reflection was about the how applicable it is solidarity tourism for low-income people who have the right to to go on holiday and also have the right to think about sustainability. I had a conversation with my supervisor who told me, you study vulnerability when it comes to sustainability, but vulnerable people have other issues to think before sustainability, but I think this is patronizing, okay? Even if I am a vulnerable person, because maybe I am queer or disabled or a poor person, I have all the right to think about sustainability because this is my environment, my world, my home too. So that's what I thought. I hope it is something useful for everybody.
Yeah, it is useful.
Thank you. I agree with the two of the colleagues, but one thing that I would like to say is there is a way not to be controversial. We don't do anything for them without them. That's something that United Nations use when they go. So we're always going to be in a dynamic of power, the colonized and the colonizers. This won't change. So before thinking, and that's exactly what you say, it's patronizing, saying that, oh, they don't have time to think about it. Yes, of course they have. The Amazon people, their environment is crucial to them. It's their way of living. So for me, it's really, we don't go there to help them. We can do something with them. So that's why I'm thinking that this kind of volunteerism, it's really difficult for it to be positive in a way that you say, like, you're going to help who? Yourself, by feeling good about that. So of course we need resources. It's like it's the same kind of discussion that we have, like, oh, do you need United Nations to go to the countries? Unfortunately, yes, because we are in a level of discussion, but it's really something that doesn't go to the problematic, but to the symptoms. Like, we are trying to change the way that we talk about sustainability in developing countries. Developing countries itself, already lexic, it's something complicated, but just for the sake of the discussion. So I think that's the kind of discussion that we need to have. Okay, I need to do that. If you don't take pictures, if you don't talk to your friends, you will still want to do that. So I think for me, it's the discussion.
Once again, thank you for giving me the opportunity. Since it is time to give comment, I also think that tourism, in fact, shouldn't be like controversial, but the way things happen sometimes can make it appear controversial. Because when I was also watching the presentation, in fact, I saw that she really had a good deed, but just that the way things were presented, for example, like people taking shower outside, and the way the bathroom was presented. I've been, for example, in Africa, I've been living there during my whole life, and I recently moved to Germany. I wasn't aware that people still shower outside, even though I'm an African, and the way also the bathroom was presented. I consider her as a whistleblower, in fact, maybe for the government to take care of those people who are probably deep in the countryside. And I don't really consider it as something bad. But, you know, as a tourist, you should also like try to show some positive side. For example, I moved to Germany, and before moving to Germany, I was just thought that when you come, you get whatever you want. Everything is beautiful and life is super easy. But in fact, that wasn't the reality. And even though when I'm taking pictures, I don't go and just sit next to homeless people and try to take pictures and send these kind of images. But I take pictures in nice places and send, and yeah, it's also like kind of tourism. And when I came also here, I was just taking pictures of nice places. But maybe like she had just a different project, although she was being a tourist, but the real aim was to help people or the indigents that were there. She just had like to create equal balance in it, or else it might not be well perceived, because there is this propaganda that is already developed, and some people, they only perceive like wildlife in Africa. And whenever they think of Africa, it's just like lions, hyenas, or other stuff. I haven't like seen someone talking to me about nice thing in Africa. And once I was even surprised, a friend asked me like, in Africa, if we eat and we are all full there. And I was like, what are you talking about? I'm here and you see I'm like healthy, and things that I was eating there, they were like, well, and it was an example, but they don't know more about it. And whenever it comes to topics like this, it becomes very, very complicated. So as a tourist, you have to be sometimes very careful in whatever you're doing, or else you might even like face troubles with the local government. But in reality, like what she did, I think it was good. And maybe this could be something that could be developed in NGOs to help these people, because I was not aware that such people exist also in Africa. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, as I said before, this was going to be just short 10 minutes things. So I'm going to give the last turn, the last comment, and we are going to keep on with the forum, okay?
I think I'm Rika from Philippines, and I'm so interested about sustainable tourism because I've studied in tourism management, and I have one of my professor. So for me, sustainable tourism means achieving quality growth in a manner that does not deplete the natural and built environment and preserve the culture, history, and heritage of the local community. Environment includes the natural habitats, built structure, culture, heritage, history, and social interaction. From my own perspective, I think sustainable tourism is both ways of the locals and the tourist itself. We go to other destinations, we are more responsible enough. What could be a sustainable for us to be involved in the culture, in business, industry as well, because tourism is not only like going into a place, getting a photo or stuff and like that. Tourism is more like in a business perspective and tourism itself. So I think what we have presented is like more personal, but we just rejected the business perspective, or for example, the tourism department, tourism or World Tourism Organization. So we have those government who help us to build this sustainable tourism. So for me, it's sometimes we build this stuff for our own perspective, but we need to align it with our government as well to have one goal in tourism, which is to preserve and conserve our natural resources. So that's all.
Okay, so we are going to keep going. We are going to have now the round table, which Ale is going to present. And this will be the last part of the morning, so I hope you enjoy it.
Buenas, vamos a empezar con la mesa redonda de buenas prácticas. Va a ir orientada hacia la sostenibilidad. Voy a moderar yo y este proyecto ha sido impulsado gracias a ERUA, a compañeros y compañeras mías y yo, y gracias a esto estamos aquí y pues se agradece muchísimo. Vamos a empezar con la mesa redonda. Tenemos a tres participantes. Tenemos al doctor Luis Mazora Aguilar, es el director de Sostenibilidad de la Universidad de Las Palmas de Gran Canaria, con una sólida formación en ingeniería industrial, especializada en ingeniería eléctrica. El doctor Mazora ha dedicado su carrera a la investigación y promoción de las energías renovables. la eficiencia energética y la sostenibilidad ambiental. Y pues tendremos el honor de contar con su experiencia y con su punto de vista. También vamos a tener a Josué Álvarez Pérez, que es un ingeniero técnico industrial que ha venido desde La Laguna, desde Tenerife, y nos va a acompañar. Tiene una especialización en electrónica industrial, es ingeniero técnico y trabaja en La Laguna desde 2006. Además, tiene un máster en prevención de riesgos laborales con especialidades en seguridad de trabajo, higiene industrial y ergonomía. Y por último tenemos a Narciso Domínguez, es ingeniero y trabaja hace 4 años en el Consejo Insular de Energía de Gran Canaria. Y tiene nos va a dar una visión centrada en la participación ciudadana y el desarrollo local. Lidera proyectos que mueven comunidades y energéticas, autoconsumo compartido y modelos sostenibles de producción y uso de la energía. Demos la bienvenida, es un gran honor que estén ustedes aquí presentes. Muchísimas gracias por haber asistido.
Gracias.
Si quieren, empezamos con las preguntas que tenemos. Vamos a guiar un poco. ¿Podrían explicar qué tipo de proyectos están desarrollando desde sus posiciones?
Empiecen ustedes, si quieren. Sí.
Hola, buenos días a todos. Principalmente la Universidad de La Laguna ha asumido un papel proactivo en la lucha contra el cambio climático y la promoción de la sostenibilidad, implementando medidas de ahorro y de eficiencia energética que van en línea con la Agenda 2030 de las Naciones Unidas y la Agenda de Desarrollo Sostenible, Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible 7 y 13. El compromiso de la ULL o de la Universidad de La Laguna se ha aprobado por Consejo de Gobierno un plan de sostenibilidad y ambiental cuyo objetivo 4.2 es claro, donde se quiere, digamos, conseguir que los campus y edificios de la Universidad de La Laguna sean lo más eficientes posible. Esas medidas hacen que se reduzca el consumo y las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero. Además, en búsqueda de ese, digamos, impacto ambiental de la institución, el año pasado se presentaron o se presentó ante el Ministerio de Transición Ecológica y Reto Demográfico, tanto para el año 2022 como 2023, de la huella de carbono, que nos permite, digamos, pues, tener un conocimiento de qué partes o de qué sectores son las que tenemos que mejorar y poder, digamos, implementar estrategias de reducción. La Universidad de La Laguna lleva ya varios años implementando acciones de mejora, sobre todo, pues, quizás lo más llamativo son lo que son sistemas de climatización centralizados, generaciones de agua caliente sanitaria, que son instalaciones que, digamos, consumen bastante potencia, y nuestro pilar principal ha empezado por ahí. Dentro de la financiación disponible que tenemos asignada para ello, pues hemos ido poco a poco. Empezamos cerca del 2015 más o menos y en los últimos años se ha ido incrementando a medida que la financiación ha sido disponible. A partir de ahí, pues el compromiso institucional es elevado y más o menos eso es lo que estamos haciendo. Últimamente, es decir, recientemente, perdón, hemos sido, digamos, beneficiados con una subvención del Gobierno de Canarias a través de Transición Ecológica para la implementación de una serie de plantas fotovoltaicas para autoconsumo y estamos casi empezando digamos, a comenzar con la instalación de esas placas. Es verdad que tenemos ya 6 plantas funcionando donde el resultado ha sido magnífico, con reducciones por encima del 30% en el consumo del edificio, lo que se reduce casi en un 20% menos el impacto de la huella de carbono de un año para otro.
Muchas gracias. ¿Josué o doctor?
Yo mismo. Bueno, desde el Consejo Insular de la Energía tenemos varias líneas de actuación. Nosotros como entidad pública concedemos subvenciones para lo que es el fomento de los autoconsumos en viviendas y empresas. Y tenemos una línea también de movilidad eléctrica sostenible, ¿no? El año pasado ampliamos esta línea y sacamos una específica para los autoconsumos colectivos, que era un poco la parte que desde esta institución se veía que no florecía por diversas cuestiones. Y también en el año 2022 creamos una oficina de transformación comunitaria complementada en el año 2023 con una parte de reto demográfico, que lo que se encarga esta oficina es del fomento de los autoconsumos colectivos y comunidades energéticas. Desde su creación, desde que se creó esta oficina, hemos impulsado directamente 8 comunidades energéticas en Gran Canaria, y de estas 8 hay 4 que están bastante avanzadas. Este mes ya empezamos a ejecutar las obras de una comunidad energética que está ubicada en Siete Palmas, con una potencia pico de 1 megavatio y que va a estar sobre 9 cubiertas. A principios del mes que viene ya tenemos pendiente adjudicar el concurso de las instalaciones de la comunidad energética de Playa del Inglés, que es otra de las que ya tenemos avanzada, y vamos a sacar a concurso el resto de instalaciones industriales, que es la de la comunidad energética de Inaga y de Ginamar, ¿no? El objetivo de la OTC en sí es llegar a crear al menos una comunidad energética en cada municipio de la isla, pues para lo que es el fomento de esos autoconsumos colectivos. Actualmente la normativa nos permite hacer este autoconsumo colectivo hasta menos de 2 kilómetros, y el fin de estas comunidades energéticas es que cualquier usuario, vivienda, empresa, pues puede reservar una potencia de esas instalaciones. Pues ese es el objetivo final, ¿no? Crear al menos una comunidad energética en cada municipio. Nosotros también somos coordinadores insulares del Pacto de las Alcaldías desde 2019, y el Pacto de las Alcaldías lo que lleva a ser es, hemos convencido a los 21 municipios, los ayuntamientos, para que se adhieran a este pacto. Nosotros creamos una metodología específica para elaborar los PASES, que son los planes de acción de cada ayuntamiento, y alineada con los objetivos de Europa. Este compromiso de los ayuntamientos implica que desde que se adhirieron a este pacto hasta 2030 han de reducir las emisiones de dióxido de carbono en un 40% de todo su municipio, no solo la administración pública. Por lo tanto, ahí entra la movilidad sostenible, que nosotros estamos moviendo también, y el consumo de los edificios públicos, ¿no? Dentro de este marco del Pacto de las Alcaldías, nosotros como el Consejo Nacional de Energía pues estamos ejecutando instalaciones fotovoltaicas en edificios de titularidad pública, sobre todo del Cabildo, para que ese edificio cumpla también con su PASE, con su plan de acción, y haga el autoconsumo, que la instalación es del Consejo, hacemos la instalación, el edificio hace el autoconsumo y reduce lo que es el consumo energético de origen no renovable de ese edificio, ¿no? También con el afán de reducir las emisiones y ayudar un poco a la descarbonización de cada uno de los ayuntamientos, el año pasado salió una subvención del Gobierno de Canarias que contemplaba hacer instalaciones sobre marquesinas en espacios antropizados, y nosotros desde esta entidad pues hemos solicitado 74 proyectos alrededor de todos los municipios sobre superficies que nosotros hemos hecho los estudios previos, y que posteriormente pues hemos llegado a una cooperación interadministrativa para hacer ese uso del suelo, y que esas instalaciones vayan a dar soporte a las comunidades energéticas que vamos a crear en cada uno de los municipios. Estos 74 proyectos contemplan 17 megavatios pico de instalación y 32 megavatios hora de acumulación. Es complejo de llegar a ejecutarlos todos, pero el objetivo es que se repartan entre todos los municipios y cualquier usuario se pueda conectar a nuestra plataforma y clicar en la comunidad energética de donde ustedes residen y asignarle un beta de producción de alguna de las plantas que vamos a gestionar, ¿no? Por otro lado, también somos gestores de la red insular de recarga de vehículos eléctricos en soporte técnico con una empresa, y pues tenemos 57 puntos de conexión, puntos de recarga por convenio, y 34 son propios, ¿vale? Entonces, un poco para la movilidad eléctrica sostenible. Y por último, los últimos proyectos, tenemos unos proyectos de investigación. En el 2024, el Consejo Nacional de Energía hizo una colaboración público-privada para crear la sociedad Gran Canaria Geotermia, para buscar ese recurso geotérmico productivo en la isla y no depender de combustibles fósiles. Esta colaboración se basa en un estudio que se había hecho en 2008 por la empresa Involcán, en el cual pues, se había hecho un mapeado de toda la isla hasta 5 kilómetros de profundidad y se vio de ese estudio que había una zona de la isla en concreto que era probable que existiera recurso geotérmico. Entonces, nosotros hemos pedido permiso de investigación sobre esa cuadrícula y bueno, salió también una subvención para este proyecto de 15 millones de euros que no ha sido concedida. En estos momentos ese proyecto está en fase de medición en concreto en esa cuadrícula donde existe esa probabilidad de recursos geotérmicos. Estamos haciendo las mediciones geofísicas, geoquímicas y geológicas y cuando acabemos esta fase en junio, que ya es dentro de un mes, se hará un mapeado 3D de esa zona y pues se propondrá 3 sondeos de 3 kilómetros de profundidad pues para ver si existe recurso de media alta entalpía, pues en un futuro pues poder hacer una planta de generación geotérmica. Y por último pues estamos colaborando en proyectos Interreg MAC, que es un proyecto que busca la colaboración de Madeira, Azores y Canarias, un poco de investigación y desarrollo, y estos proyectos van desde lo que es compartir lo que son desarrollo tecnológico y estudios en relación a la geotermia, hasta tenemos un proyecto que se llama Circular Ocean, que busca un poco la economía circular de los residuos marinos. Esas son un poco las líneas generales de lo que estamos haciendo desde el Consejo sobre la Energía.
¿Y doctor Luis?
Bueno, buenos días, buenas tardes ya. Bueno, pues al igual que comentaba mi compañero de La Laguna, desde la Universidad de Las Palmas estamos comprometidos con todos los ODS y con la Agenda 2030 del Gobierno de Canarias. Y bueno, estamos llevando a cabo bastantes proyectos de muchas diferentes índoles, sobre todo en eficiencia energética y renaturalización de espacios. De los proyectos más grandes que tenemos ahora en marcha, pues bueno, estamos trabajando en las instalaciones en todas las cubiertas de la universidad de paneles fotovoltaicos. La Universidad de Las Palmas, para que se hagan una idea, pues bueno, en el año 2023 pues consume en electricidad más o menos lo que consumen 3.000 hogares aquí, ¿vale? Eso nos cuesta pues unos 4 millones de euros, para que tengan una idea de la magnitud del gasto energético del que estamos hablando. Bueno, eso nos lleva a estudiar, en ese momento estudiamos todas las posibilidades que teníamos de instalaciones fotovoltaicas en cubiertas o en aparcamientos de la universidad, que nos permite pues tener claro que podemos llegar hasta unos 6 megavatios de instalación en fotovoltaica. Bueno, en un primer momento estamos aprovechando las subvenciones que nombraron los dos compañeros ahora mismo también del Gobierno de Canarias, y tenemos abierta pues la instalación de casi 2 megavatios, 1,8 megavatios de potencia en todos los campus de la universidad. Son alrededor de 15 instalaciones, ¿vale? Todos en edificios distintos, en las cubiertas en este caso. Bueno, hay una en un aparcamiento y 14 en cubiertas. Y bueno, eso nos va a llevar, los cálculos es que cuando lo tengamos terminado, que deberá ser a final de año, bueno, pues podremos ahorrar de toda la factura alrededor de un 25% de la factura eléctrica que tenemos, ¿vale? Aprovechada ya. Produciríamos un poco más, pero aprovechable será un 25%, lo cual pues, supone un ahorro de más de 400.000 euros en la factura. Y bueno, en el campus principal, que es el campus de Tafira, pues por lo pronto será hasta casi un 40% de toda la factura de ese campus, ¿vale? Porque la mayoría de los edificios se trabajan en ese campus, ¿vale? Bueno, aparte de esas instalaciones que vamos a instalar dentro de la universidad, vamos a instalar también en colaboración con el Consejo Insular de la Energía otras 4 instalaciones, esta vez en aparcamientos, que son de las 74 instalaciones que va a hacer el Consejo Insular de la Energía, pues 4 serán en el campus de Tafira de la universidad y llevan pues instalación de fotovoltaica asociado con almacenamiento. La idea es que esas instalaciones estarán pues, manejadas por el Consejo Insular de la Energía y con el objetivo de crear una comunidad energética entre la universidad, el Consejo Insular de la Energía y los vecinos de la zona, ¿vale? De manera que todos se puedan beneficiar de toda la energía que se genere en ese campus, ¿vale? Eso, bueno, pues al final son pues casi 1,4 o 1,2 megavatios más de potencia y casi el doble en almacenamiento, en megavatios hora de almacenamiento. Bueno, eso en cuestión de renovables. También en tema de movilidad eléctrica, pues se van a instalar 2 cargadores ultra rápidos dentro del campus de Tafira para promover también el uso del coche eléctrico. Y bueno, en otro tipo de proyectos que estamos llevando a cabo, bueno, con todos los efectos del cambio climático, uno de los mayores problemas que tenemos aquí pues, es las altas temperaturas que se están dando, sobre todo en los meses de septiembre, octubre, noviembre ya casi también. Bueno, y bueno, nosotros estamos intentando promover proyectos de generación de refugios climáticos dentro de lo que son las áreas de trabajo del campus. ¿Vale? Entonces, bueno, tenemos un proyecto actualmente abierto que se llama Univerde. ¿Vale? Es un proyecto participativo, todavía está en la fase de participación. Estamos reuniéndonos con toda la comunidad universitaria. Por ahora casi todas las actividades que se han hecho han sido con estudiantes. Hemos visitado todos los campus de la universidad, hemos hecho dinámicas con los estudiantes, bueno, y con quien se haya querido apuntar. También han participado profesores. Y bueno, la idea es un poco hacer un proceso participativo para que entre todos decidamos un poco qué actuaciones les gustaría llevar a cabo en los espacios libres o verdes de los campus. ¿Vale? Es decir, qué mejoras ven que se necesitan en los patios de los edificios o en los jardines de los edificios para promover el uso de esos espacios de manera, o sea, con un poquito más de calidad. Bueno, de esos proyectos, aparte, bueno, también se han ido haciendo como proyectos pilotos en paralelo a esos proyectos. Hemos recuperado una zona en el campus de Tafira, donde hemos trabajado en limpiar la zona y en generar un refugio climático, y se han plantado pues más de 300 árboles el año pasado en esa zona, ¿vale? En todo el campus. ¿Vale? Hemos plantado más de 300 árboles con la intención de en un futuro pues, generar una zona de refugio climático. Dentro de lo que es el proceso participativo, actualmente hemos terminado la primera fase. La mayoría de los resultados que hemos obtenido entre los alumnos es que solicitan una mejora de los espacios verdes para generar espacios de convivencia, con sombra, con mesas en el exterior, con wifi. También nos han pedido que mejorar la wifi en los espacios exteriores. ¿Sabes? Y bueno, y ahora iniciaremos una segunda fase en la que queremos hacer reuniones más transversales donde participen estudiantes, profesorado y personal de la universidad, y además también expertos de biología o de geografía, para hacer mesas un poquito más transversales e ir definiendo un poquito mejor los proyectos que queremos. Bueno, después por otro lado, la universidad, para un poco por el compromiso que tiene con la eficiencia energética, desde el año 2023 estamos registrando la huella de carbono en la Consejería, en el Ministerio de Transición Ecológica. Bueno, lo hemos hecho en el 2023, ahora estamos trabajando en la del 2024 y esperamos un poco ir demostrando una reducción de la huella de carbono de la universidad en los próximos años. Bueno, después ya tenemos muchos proyectos más transversales de inclusión de los ODS, como el uso del coche compartido para venir a los campus. Tenemos una aplicación de uso de coche compartido y luego hemos estado desarrollando campus rurales con estudiantes. Este año hemos organizado 5 campus rurales en lo que 30 estudiantes vamos a zonas más deshabitadas de la isla o más con problemas de población, en los que aprenden y les enseñamos pues, modos de vida en las zonas rurales y modos de vida sostenibles de la isla de Gran Canaria. Y un poco un resumen de todos los proyectos que tenemos ahora mismo en marcha.
Bien interesante. ¿Cuáles considerarían que son las buenas prácticas en materia de sostenibilidad que no tiene, sino que debe tener una universidad pública, y desde los puntos de vista de 2 universidades y desde una otra posición pues, un poco más externa a nivel de orden? ¿El mismo orden si quieren?
Bueno, respecto a lo que ya comentado anteriormente, que es la gestión eficiente de los campus y de los edificios, pues puede haber, como ha dicho Luis, puede ser la movilidad sostenible y la promoción o la prioridad de ese vehículo compartido, que en caso de las universidades, pues digamos, es fácil de implementar. Yo creo que mucha gente puede aprovechar, gente que vive cerca, o aprovechar que un día un coche lo lleve una persona y otro día lo lleve otro. También está la gestión integral de residuos. Por ejemplo, en la Universidad de La Laguna tenemos un proyecto, digamos, para lo que es la separación selectiva desde origen y la reducción de plásticos, que se llama Campustaje, y es en coordinación con el Cabildo de Tenerife. También, por ejemplo, hemos puesto en marcha lo que son compras y contrataciones responsables. Por ejemplo, las partidas de mobiliario, las licitaciones de mobiliario, utilizamos que sean o que se utilicen certificados de origen verde o de origen sostenible. O, por ejemplo, priorizar productos por proximidad o cosas de este estilo. Además, pues ya tenemos otros aspectos que quizás todavía estamos desarrollando, como pueden ser el voluntariado ambiental, la orientación a los ODS y las infraestructuras verdes. Eso es una parte en la que estamos trabajando actualmente y estamos mejorando esos espacios verdes, digamos, para poder permitir que la comunidad universitaria establezca espacios de convivencia. Y a partir de ahí, pues, básicamente todo lo que sea aprovechable recursos naturales, que sean útiles y que se pongan de manifiesto que son buenos para la comunidad universitaria y en general para la sociedad.
En relación a las áreas de actuación que comenté antes, añadiría como buena práctica en los edificios públicos, sobre todo, a partir de una auditoría energética. Yo creo que es conveniente. Aparte, el año pasado salió la nueva normativa de eficiencia energética de los edificios públicos, de los edificios en general, ¿vale? Y compromete a todos los edificios públicos nuevos que se creen a partir de 2028 que tienen que ser emisiones cero. Entonces, también se comenta que en 2050 todos los existentes han de ser emisiones cero. Entonces, hemos de partir de auditoría energética para tener un diagnóstico concreto de cada administración en relación al consumo y consumo no eficiente, y a partir de ahí pues aplicar las medidas que se establezcan en esa auditoría, ¿no? Una vez rehabilitado el edificio, yo pasaría ya por lo que es el autoconsumo, promover el autoconsumo, que es lo que estamos haciendo, indirectamente o directamente con los edificios de titularidad del Cabildo o con cooperaciones interadministrativas con los ayuntamientos, para que fomentar ese autoconsumo y que ese edificio pues reduzca la huella de carbono. En relación a esto, pues yo ya daría un pasito más allá, en relación a una buena práctica, siempre que se pueda, pues trasladarle el consumo energético, una vez se tiene la instalación, pues a la curva solar, para evitar verter excedentes a la red. Y si queremos ya aumentar el índice de autoconsumo del edificio, que yo creo que es hacia donde vamos a tener que ir, porque si tenemos que hacer emisiones cero y el consumo normalmente suele aumentar en vez de reducir, si no es una instalación fotovoltaica, pues habría que pasar por la acumulación. Una vez se tiene la instalación fotovoltaica, acumular todos esos excedentes y así aumentamos el índice de autoconsumo de los edificios públicos, ¿no? Yo creo que eso sería un poco una secuencia más técnica en relación a cómo deberíamos de abordar esto en relación a, sobre todo, a la nueva normativa de eficiencia energética de estos edificios.
¿Sí? Bueno, pues casi todos lo han dicho ya, pero por aportar algo más, bueno, como somos administraciones públicas, un poco, y sobre todo también universidades, pues lo que estaría en nuestra mano sería ser unos referentes a la hora de promover proyectos de eficiencia energética. Es decir, si nosotros tenemos los edificios a la vista y son edificios públicos que se utilizan, tenemos que ser un referente tanto en eficiencia energética como en aprovechamiento de energías renovables. Entonces, bueno, pues desde promover las instalaciones de renovables hasta hacerlas pues, más eficientes y optimizar el aprovechamiento de todas esas energías, deberíamos ser un referente. Por añadir algo, al ser las universidades, en mi caso, bueno, en el caso del compañero de La Laguna, como somos administraciones que se dedican a la educación y a la investigación, bueno, dentro de nuestro ámbito de trabajo o de nuestro principal ámbito de trabajo, quizás deberíamos impulsar la integración de los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible y de la Agenda 2030 o también de la sostenibilidad en general dentro de lo que son los grados y todo lo que son los planes de estudio, hacer una integración real de políticas de sostenibilidad dentro de todo, dentro del carácter transversal de todos los ODS, en todos los grados de la universidad, y luego pues también habilitar o establecer políticas de apoyo a la investigación que se dedique a mejorar la sostenibilidad. Eso sería un poco, ¿sabes?, de la parte de universidad más concreta.
¿Y cuáles están siendo los mayores retos como directores de sostenibilidad en universidades? Y bueno, Narciso, usted como organismo público, ¿no? ¿Y cuáles son los puntos en común que tenéis y los que a lo mejor otros que no tanto?
Si quiere, los puntos en común que ya lo hemos estado hablando.
Vamos a estar de acuerdo, ¿sabes?
Sí, estamos de acuerdo. La parte financiera es un auténtico dolor de cabeza. Sobre todo desde el punto de vista, yo te voy a comentar nuestro caso, desde administración pública, nosotros siempre solicitamos subvención para hacer las instalaciones, pero disponiendo del capital, pues no tienes tanto problema, y si el banco te presta el dinero, tampoco. Pero nosotros desde esta institución estamos impulsando, entidades privadas, que son las comunidades energéticas, son privadas, con forma de asociación sin ánimo de lucro o cooperativa. Y nosotros, aún teniendo subvención de un 80%, no nos vemos capaz de ejecutar las obras porque la subvención funciona de la siguiente manera: tú ejecutas, justificas la subvención y te dan el dinero. Por lo tanto, tienes que haber pagado antes. En nuestro caso, los bancos nos han cerrado todas las puertas a lo que son las entidades privadas porque como no tienen remanente y las asociaciones y las cooperativas, nosotros no hemos visto propicio solicitar capital a los usuarios, porque si estás creando una comunidad energética y empiezas pidiendo dinero, creo que vamos mal. Entonces, no hemos visto que los bancos no presten dinero, la propia forma jurídica no permite de que en el caso de que salga mal del dinero prestado vaya contra el capital individual del asociado o del cooperativista, así que hemos tenido que dar la vuelta a esta fórmula porque si no hemos tenido que acudir a una financiación privada que básicamente lo costea la instaladora. Y esta parte ha sido, laboriosa, costosa y no sé, por añadir más puntos, la capacidad de la red eléctrica, nosotros disponiendo de cubiertas magníficas para hacer una instalación fotovoltaica, la propia capacidad de la red eléctrica ya nos va a limitar el punto de acceso de conexión, por lo tanto, se queda en red interior y ya ahí tienes un limitante. Después tenemos instalaciones de más de 100, llevan un centro de transformación y requiere un coste elevado y nos vemos con un problema que teniendo en cuenta el coste de la instalación ejecutada ya y lo que es el precio de venta de energía o al que le puedes cobrar al usuario que se va a enganchar de esa instalación fotovoltaica con un beta, hemos hecho cuadros de amortización a 10 años de estas instalaciones con un CT y instalaciones que lo requieren, que es de 101 kilovatios para arriba y menos de 250, no sale rentable. Entonces, si quieres meterlo a 10 años, entonces nosotros hemos tenido que esas potencias, hemos tenido que o ir para abajo o ir para arriba. Potencias de más de 500, ni hablar, porque ya nos vamos a transporte. Y entonces, pues eso es otro de los retos que nos hemos visto. Por otro lado, la burocracia existente, en el caso de las subvenciones, desde que las solicitas hasta que las justificas, requiere muchísimo trabajo detrás y justificarlo es bastante complejo porque lleva mucho trabajo, ¿no? Y por otro lado, por añadir más puntos complejos, en la parte privada, nosotros al mover las comunidades energéticas, hemos tenido de residenciales e industriales. Las residenciales, nosotros como comunidad energética hacemos arrendataria de la cubierta de un edificio privado. Eso, desde que sale la idea de un edificio hasta que se lleva aprobación en junta, pasa mucho tiempo. Después tienen los administradores de finca detrás que no quieren que le metan más problemas porque no van a cobrar por ese servicio. Así que convencer a todo el mundo y después del trabajo llega al final y que no se apruebe junta es mucho trabajo. Y en la parte industrial, aunque solo parezca que hay que convencer a una persona para que te arriende la cubierta para la comunidad energética, es también un problema porque la comunidad energética en sí te ofrece un importe de alquiler bastante bajito porque el atractivo, aparte medioambiental, es el que te vas a ahorrar en la factura eléctrica, el empresario no ve eso como un rédito económico y a lo mejor, por lo menos con lo que nos hemos encontrado, no lo ven como para arrendar una parte de su industria que consideran ellos. Hemos tenido más tasa de acierto en la parte residencial, curiosamente, aún llevándolo a junta de propietarios, que hablando con una única persona de una industria, me refiero a los empresarios. Y yo creo que es porque el sentimiento de que la cubierta es comunitaria y no pertenece a nadie, sino que es comunitaria, y van a hacer uso de la instalación ellos en prioridad, ha sido más fácil que convencer a los empresarios. Y ya por último, indicar que los seguros de responsabilidad civil también nos están poniendo bastantes problemas a la hora de que el edificio tenga una instalación fotovoltaica sobre su cubierta y el seguro de responsabilidad civil del edificio incluir como daño a tercero esa instalación fotovoltaica que vale 100, 200.000, 300.000 euros. En el caso de incendio, el edificio pues, tiene su seguro. Nos están dando bastantes problemas en relación a esto. No solo suben las cuotas en sobremedida, que ellos harán sus análisis de riesgo, pero es que nos encontramos en la parte industrial que ya es más grave. El propio seguro de RC de la industria, hemos tenido el caso de ya empresario convencido que le ha costado convencer, contrato para firmar de arrendamiento de cubierta, comunicar al seguro, el seguro decirle no quiero ni oír ni hablar de una instalación fotovoltaica sobre tu cubierta y rescindir totalmente el seguro de responsabilidad civil y dejar a la industria sin seguro. Así que todos esos problemas hay que ir solventándolo. Este último todavía estamos viendo cómo solucionarlo, porque no depende de nosotros.
¿Y cuál es el punto desde las universidades? Tenemos poquito tiempo, así que...
Añadiendo lo que ha dicho el compañero, principalmente el económico. Sobre todo porque las subvenciones, dependiendo de la subvención que te den, tienes tú que adelantar un dinero que has pedido la solución para algo y entonces tú tienes que adelantar un dinero que no tienes. Y entonces a veces supone un problema. Y a la parte de la justificación sigue siendo bastante complicado. En la subvención que estamos nosotros y que ellos también tienen parte de proyectos incorporados a esa subvención, que es como es la de las administraciones públicas, son fondos MMR, pues toda la burocracia y toda la complejidad de una subvención se multiplica por 2 o por 3. Y a partir de ahí, poco más que añadir.
Por añadir algo personal, ¿sabes? Porque para todos estos, porque los tres tenemos el mismo tipo de subvenciones, todo esto lleva un papeleo enorme, ¿vale? Las instalaciones es lo de menos casi, o sea, estamos haciendo 15 instalaciones y lo que menos nos preocupa prácticamente son las propias instalaciones, que también tendrán sus preocupaciones en obra, pero el problema que tenemos es la financiación, que ya creo que los dos compañeros lo han puesto de manifiesto. Encima, bueno, en nuestro caso, por ejemplo, nos hemos visto que no podemos licitar ni siquiera hasta no tener concedida toda la subvención. La subvención la tardan en conceder, cuando ya la conceden ya el plazo que te queda es muy corto, o sea, bueno, es todo, es todo un problema continuo y luego que son 15 obras extras a las que tenemos habitualmente y eso, pues, en personal es un problema. Si ya encima no solo de las obras, que ya es un problema llevar las obras, pero todo el papeleo extra también es un problema. Entonces todo eso es lo que más nos cuesta porque tienes que lidiar también dentro de la propia casa para poder intentar hacer este tipo de actuaciones.
No os lo ponen nada fácil, la verdad.
No lo es.
Pues muchísimas gracias por haber aportado. Ha sido un gran honor teneros a los tres y nos habéis enriquecido muchísimo y hemos aprendido. Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias.
Una pregunta, ¿no? Parece que no, la presentadora no
Es la hora de la comida, por si quieren ir a comer, pues es el momento ideal.
I'm going to repeat the same thing that Ale said, but in English. We have the paella waiting for us outside, so you are welcome to go and eat and rest for the lunch break.
Gracias.